A lot of people today. Hopefully there's hunting. I'm gonna go farm more bows. Put it that way. $500K. Two, 6, 4. What's item? Item what? Enter the car name or prefix or suffix. How does it work? Items are here. Amount? Shop name? What's the name of that? What's cruiser card? 1.7 alligator. 1 million for alligator card. Bullshit. dragon tail. Nothing. The paper card. Okay, selling it for 5.5 million. Caterpillar. What? Hmm. Mantis card. Yo, this is 5.5 million. Wolf card? Oh, these are bullshit. Or overpriced shit. Yeah. It's not even alligator card. Nope. Not. Buffers? Buffers? I need buffs. No buffers. Take no one. I'm gonna grind. You know what? No, let's go back to back. Arbalest. Damn. Elven rings. It's just, yeah. Why is this so expensive? The fuck? I kind of want this. Demi-human? Damn. I'm gonna farm after I eat. What is this? Magical egg. I'm gonna. What do I get from that one? Oh, okay. That's it. Gift box. That's it. I had this. Where's that one? There we go. Let's try it, man. Magical egg. Let's try it. Yeah, it's right there. I had 3. It says ore. Oh, mystical. Wow, I thought it was magical. Never mind. Fuck, I bought that one. Is there a mystical egg? Damn, this one has a... How much is it? 980. 1 million? This is for like Sidewinder. Skilled worker? I can tell. Eagle wing. Martyr? Martyr? Yeah. This is Dex? Yeah. Lunch. I'll be back real quick. Then I'm gonna cook. I don't know. Cook. Then eat. We back. No one's selling it. No one. I mean, no one's selling it. No one's buying it. um. Go Dodgers, go Lakers. Let's go. Damn. Hold up. I'm gonna close my YouTube. There you go. Better. Nito Brunau. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Do we have ET today? I don't think so. Tax point. Double bloody. What's this? Shades of Payon. Damn. 5.8? Flame Spirit. Buying mats. Nice. I'll put it here. Just start farming. $3K. Fuck that. Go Morok. Farm for a bit. Then farm Bone Sure. freaking. Is this the rod? Headband again. What the fuck is this? Poppy headband? so close. I just need like 3 drops. I'll be happy with that. You just farm. No competition. Nothing yet. Ah. Oof, oof, oof. Give me millions. Give me the bow. Still nothing. Where's the bow? Where is the bow? So where's the freaking bow? Bruno. Poison. Yep, it's a shit arrow. Like 1 damage? Look at this. I don't even. Dude, where are the freaking bows, man? What is this? Yo, where's the bow? Yes! Finally! After 45 minutes of farming. Come on. Let's go. I got one already. I just need one. A couple more, maybe 3. I think I'm gonna upgrade it. It's actually stronger. Seems like we don't really have. So close to 1 likes. Let's go with this one. Wait, there's a new Bless Unleashed.
This MMO has 30,000 mixed reviews on Steam. That means approximately 15,000 people like this game, but the other 15,000 hate it. So why? Well, that's the question I asked myself when I first stumbled upon Bless Unleashed. What is this game? How does it have such a staggering amount of reviews, especially for the MMO genre? Why have I never heard of it, and what is the history? So, upon further research, Bless Unleashed is actually a relaunch of an older MMO known as Bless Online, which was officially shut down only a year and a half after its release in 2018. Apparently, Bless Online was a free-to-play, PC-only MMO featuring combo-centric action combat, a variety of large-scale PvP and PvE content in a huge open world where faction and race dictate what side of the battlefield you would be placed. It sounds decent enough, so what went wrong? Well, apparently Bless featured a huge damage nerf in the first weekend of its release due to some attempted PvP balancing. but this just resulted in the combat being considered tedious and too difficult at times. On top of that, there was a ton of translation issues which made the game difficult to understand for a Western audience. There was an overall consensus that there wasn't enough content for endgame players who had achieved the max level, and also life skilling and professions had seemingly too short of a progression path and came out in what felt like an unfinished state. But most importantly, it seemed like the developers, NeoWiz, stopped generally supporting the game, both with actual updates as well as in-game and account support just months after this game's release. There is some good evidence to suggest that they basically gave up on Bless Online in order to immediately shift their focus and attention to Bless Unleashed, which was going to be developed in Unreal Engine 4, an upgrade from Bless Online's UE3. And it was going to be released not only on PC, but also consoles. So fast forward to 2020, where NeoWiz partnered with Round 8 Studios in order to release Bless Unleashed on both the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. It actually didn't even come out for the PC until 2021, as NeoWiz worked on the PC version themselves, but Round 8 handled the console side of things. While Bless Unleashed seemed to fix many of the problems and complaints that people had with Bless Online, the overall game looked and performed better, especially considering it was optimized for consoles. Also, the combat was better balanced and easier to understand, with an increased focus on weapon skills and special abilities instead of just entirely focusing on combos. However, the game still had their similarities. The cash swap and the monetization system were much the same. And overall, it seemed like players generally already had their first impressions with Bless Online, and they were pretty much set in stone. Because in November of 2022, the console version for Bless Unleashed for both the Xbox and the PlayStation was closed. So there exists only one way to play Bless Unleashed in 2025, and that is on PC. So today I'm gonna force myself to play Bless Unleashed. I want to find out if this game is actually deserving of its honestly pretty bad reputation in the MMO space. I want to find out if people have just jumped to conclusions way too quickly due to the awful reception of their previous game, Bless Online. I want to find out what went wrong, but also what did they do right? And to come to my own conclusion to find out, really, if Bless Unleashed is worth trying in 2024. Bless Unleashed. Upon loading into the game, you're met with this starting screen indicating that there is a single low population server which covers Japan, Korea, and South Asia. So I'm hoping that connection isn't too big of an issue for me, but it could be.
South
I also
America,
couldn't help
not
but notice
South
that the
Asia.
graphics here seemed extremely choppy and low quality. You could really make out every single pixel which existed on the screen. But anyway, I chose the server, and before even creating a character, you're already given access to the Lumina shop, which is the in-game store. As you can imagine, it sells all the usual suspects. We don't really need to go through this in detail, but basically if you can think of it, you can buy it. Even sexy Christmas costumes. Someone should tell Bless it's March already. Anyway, I press start, and wow, these graphics are genuinely awful. What is happening? So I opened up my settings, and I realized that the game actually defaults you to the worst graphical options available. So I set them to the highest, and now it's already looking much better. And this is character creation. First off, you choose a class from 6 different options. Interestingly enough, each class is race locked to a certain few races. For example, the Crusader class can be played as a human or an Ippin, which is a sort of furry gnome. It's like if Lalafels from Final Fantasy XIV were also furries. Furthermore, the Berserker class can only be played as a Varg, which are the grown-up and cooler furries. And the only other playable race is an elf, so that means 2 of the 4 races in Bless are furries. Okay, well, I chose to be a human mage. And now we get into character customization. Genuinely, I want you all to understand that at the beginning of this process, I was just going to set out to make a somewhat normal-looking human in which I could present and play this role of mage properly. But let me tell you now, that is the furthest thing from what actually happened. You see, almost immediately, I was greeted with a 4-section slider for basically every single feature of my character's face, body, color, etc. Things from eye thickness to iris size. I usually applaud games for giving you so much freedom regarding your character's appearance. However, I do think there's a fine line to walk between allowing for realistic facial and body adjustments and then the absurd. Within moments, my character's eyes were already looking like something out of that Cats live-action movie. The one that came out in 2019? Seriously, what the hell was even that? Now, despite the many adjustments you could make to your face, hair, eyes, mouth, mustache, beard, etc., and although my character was looking somewhat strange, sort of like an evil red-haired monk, nothing was truly going to prepare me for what we would really end up looking like in the end. Within moments, I was able to decrease my jawline to the point that it almost didn't exist. It kind of looks like this guy is just constipated all the time. A 24/7 failure to poop results in this face and this face only. Afterwards, I found the Freckles Intensifier, which allows you to develop a severe case of hives, but only on and around your cheeks and nose. Oh, yeah, and these hives have a corresponding color wheel, so I made them bright pink. Next, you're asked to choose a voice for your character. The majority of these sound strong, manly, leaderly, charismatic.
Have you been to Padana? The forest is on our side.
But one voice stood out to me.
Who wants to travel with me?
The playful boy voice.
Do you have any questions for me?
And if you were concerned that the voice wasn't high-pitched enough,
Who wants to travel with me?
Do you have any questions for me?
I've never seen anything like this.
well, you can change the tone to literally be even more high-pitched. Amazing. Next, the body. Here you can adjust your character's height from about 4'6" all the way to 7'7". This slider also affects head size, which seems kind of weird to have head size as well as height on the same slider, but it makes for some amazing contrast. Here you can also choose your skin color, which of course you have access to the full spectrum of the rainbow. I chose a bright slime green and afterwards added a skin sheen, which gave a sort of oily vibe to my green giant. Next, I gave him a long and tall neck, wide and long arms, which I then made extremely skinny. I adjusted his midsection, which had a ridiculous amount of variance. I spaced the legs out extremely far apart from each other, made them skinny, and then also gave him ridiculously small feet. So, without further ado, meet Shrek. Oh wait, that was taken. Okay, meet Shrek. Shrek's Eastern European cousin. Well, that was quite the introduction. The character creator in Bless Unleashed is amazing. I chose to be a human, and I'm still not entirely sure that my character actually falls into that category. But finally, I loaded into the game, where you're met with a nicely voice-acted cutscene explaining the story of Bless Unleashed. And when that was over, I couldn't stop laughing at my character. His appearance, the way his armor fit, his overly pink face, the crazy haircut, and most importantly, how he sounds. I think I'm about to have a blast, even if this game is downright awful. Anyway, you're loaded into this sort of tutorial. It's WASD to move. You can use left click to attack, and as you can see here in the top left corner, there's a ton of different combos that I can use, which all make up my basic attack. Down in the bottom right corner here, you can see the actual abilities that I have available. Using basic attacks and combos will build my mana, while using any of my actual abilities in the bottom right will use my mana. Now, the tutorial starts you at level 40, and the actual max level in Bless is 45, so this is fairly close. You're shown how to move around and interact with the camera, and then asked to jump off this ledge, where you're introduced to combat. You target an enemy by simply looking at them with your cursor, and from there you can use your abilities, or simply click to begin attacking. Overall, combat in Bless Unleashed is decent enough. The animations and sound look great, the damage is satisfying, although I found it to feel a little slow at times because you're constantly locked into the animation of whatever action you're currently doing. It can feel a little laggy and glitchy because what you're wanting your character to do and what he's actually doing can often be two separate things, especially later on as you get into more and more challenging combat scenarios. And then I pressed my V ability without understanding what it actually did, but this regenerates my mana whenever I'm not in combat. Next up, you're asked to fight this orc brawler, and this is your first sort of boss fight. Throughout Bless Unleashed, you're going to find bosses, and some of these encounters end up being fairly difficult. Some of these fights taking upwards of 10 minutes for me to finish later on. These boss fights generally feature constant resource management, avoiding mechanics and attacks, while dealing as much damage as you can without putting yourself into too much danger. Anyway, I continued through the tutorial, still just in absolute awe at both how my character looks and sounds. The tutorial eventually culminates in a fight against this Cyclops giant, where you're introduced to some of the common mechanics that you'll find in boss fights. Jump slams and ranged attacks, and certain attacks that'll actually stun you and require you to press a multitude of buttons in order to break free. But finally, the tutorial was finished and you're loaded into the main game, where my character made this sound by getting up from his bed. Needless to say, I lost it. Anyway, you're spawned into Telerian Island, Anytime you enter a new area, you get this nice sort of overview of the place. And I have to say, Bless Unleashed actually looks fantastic. The graphics are realistic and decently well done. It reminds me a bit of the recent Throne and Liberty, or even BDO, which makes sense considering that all three of these games were made in Korea. I spoke with this gnome hamster, and you're introduced to the quest system. You have a quest journal underneath your minimap, and your highlighted quest will always feature this blue sparkly chain leading you in the right direction. Generally, when I see this sort of tracker, I usually think there's an auto run or autoplay feature, but that doesn't exist in Bless Unleashed. So you actually have to take control of your character and take them to the quest locations, which, you know, is quite exhausting, but I think we'll be able to manage. I spoke with Olvera here, who had a fantastic set of personalities about her, before making my way to the city square, where I finally met Don Diego. This guy is basically your main story quest hub for the foreseeable future. You're going to be interacting with him a ton. After talking with him, I was level 2, and I checked my main menu to see if there was any skill points or things that I could apply, but instead found myself in front of a sort of gacha system where I had a free pull for the day. These games always have the coolest animations if you interact with one of their systems where you actually spend money. But yeah, I got 2 Sigma. Okay, well, considering my character's voice, he could probably use all the extra Sigma he can get. Anyway, I continued questing around the square. It's interesting, I got to see this cool cutscene, which was clearly really well done and animated, but moments later I had to eavesdrop on a couple masked individuals, and the cutscene was comparatively much worse, with just text appearing above their head and what seemed like more of an in-game animation instead of an actual animated cutscene. But then after, I made my way into the temple above the town square, and honestly, look at this place. This game features some truly amazing graphics and colors, and I was honestly pretty impressed, especially considering this originally released on consoles in 2020. Next, I was shown another cutscene outside the temple, and this one was actually unskippable. It seems that the majority of cutscenes in Bless are skippable, but some, like this one, aren't. But afterwards, I finally got to participate in combat, this time just as a lowly level 2, meaning I had a lot less abilities and did a lot less damage than when I was in the tutorial prior. Anyway, I took care of all the enemies in the town square, and I tried my best to keep a straight face whenever my character appeared in a cutscene. So far, I was failing horrendously. And then afterwards, I was spawned in another bedroom. And this is when I actually realized that you can jump in this game. I thought you couldn't because the space button just simply dive rolled every time I pressed it. But it turns out you can jump by pressing Control, which is a fairly awkward button for jump, but at least it's possible. So I continued questing. You follow a main story quest, and it seemed to stay relatively consistent with your level, at least in the beginning. You travel throughout the map and unlock these fast travel stations, known as teleposts, which you can travel to at any time using your world map. Speaking of which, this is the world map. You can only actually see areas once you've actually visited them, so it looks quite small at the moment. Generally, it seems like quests are made up of a few simple objectives. Gather this item, talk to this NPC, kill these NPCs, or kill this boss. Pretty much in line with other Korean-made MMOs, the questing is not very difficult, and you don't really have to think about it too much. You basically just follow the arrow, turn off your brain, and complete objectives. A little while later, while I was level 3, I noticed I had an unread mail notification. I wanted to figure out how to access my cursor and actually click on the notification. However, in Bless, they don't actually offer any control to switch between your camera and reticle and your cursor. The idea is you never actually need to click something unless you're directly interacting with the menu, which is a little strange. Apparently, the only actual way to check your mail is in a town or an outpost that has a mailbox. So otherwise, this notification will just stay on your screen. It's really just a small annoyance, but it is something I noticed. Anyway, at this point, I had gained a skill point, and skill points work a little different in Bless. Basically, you have your actual experience, which dictates your level. However, you also have skill experience. Whenever you get a new skill point level, you gain a skill point, which can be applied to all of your different abilities, unlocking new ones, or making the ones you have more powerful. Later on, depending on the rank of these abilities, these can cost 2, 3, or 4, and even more skill points to actually upgrade every time. These are a huge power increase for your character, sometimes mattering even more than your actual level. I found a random torch that I could actually grab, and took a quick moment to laugh at my character's preposterous proportions, before finally, I actually did find a mailbox. And I was able to check my mail and get rid of that annoying notification. A bit of questing later, while fighting some thugs, I got myself to level 4. And a bit after that, I participated in another quest that had me eavesdropping on some bad guys. Now, here's the thing. Every time you eavesdrop in Bless, you have the option to skip the cutscene. However, skipping the cutscene results in the quest breaking every single time. As you can see here, I already pressed skip, but I can't actually move my character, and the NPCs are seemingly still chatting. However, I found out I could press attack, and I can even use my dodge roll to move around, but I can't actually run. So I rolled over and stood by the NPCs I was supposed to be eavesdropping, and the one even notices me and tells me to leave. But nothing else happens, and the cutscene or the dialogue seems to mostly stop. You can't progress any further, you can't do anything except to log out, go back to character select, and then log back in and restart the cutscene, and don't press skip. I tested this on literally every eavesdrop quest I had following this, and every single time the same thing happened. So just a pro tip, don't skip the eavesdropping quests, as that renders them incompletable. Anyway, completing that quest actually rewarded me with a mount, which is fantastic. I love when games give you access to mounts fairly early on. Though, to be honest, I was expecting something slightly more regal than a goat. But I mean, my character's insane green proportions sitting atop this goat is probably one of the best things I've seen in a video game. So really, I'm not complaining. However, I am complaining that the goat is so freaking slow. It's barely faster than my normal walking speed, and it's definitely slower than my running speed. So I'm not quite sure what the point of mounts actually are in Bless. However, I'm so brainwashed by other MMOs to always summon my mount when I want to go anywhere, so that's basically what I did in Bless as well. And after a bit more questing, I faced off against my first real challenge. Like I mentioned earlier, some of the boss fights in this game are actually no joke. You have to pay attention to mechanics, dodge, manage your potions, and deal damage when you can. If I didn't properly dodge the hits from this undead gladiator, he could easily take out my entire health bar pretty quickly, which he did. But I'm very grateful for him taking me out, because listen to my character's audio as he lays here and I decide how to respawn. This audio literally doesn't stop until you choose one of the respawn options. Amazing. Anyway, you respawn back at what's known as a soul pyre. Soul pyres are basically bonfires that act as respawn points, as well as providing a place for you to recover HP and eat food for buffs. I made it back to the gladiator, and although it was a fairly difficult fight and I had a ton of close calls, I did eventually manage to take him out, which got me to level 5, and also awarded me some new blue robes, which on any normal looking human character might actually be kinda cool, but on Shrek, however, they just seemed a little out of place. After that, I got myself to level 6, I fought some scorpions and handed in another quest, taking me to level 7, another 15-ish minutes or so of questing, and I was level 8. I got myself another new staff, and I was able to unlock the Flame Wave ability, which was a 3-part fire ability that did some decent AoE damage as well. I found this grasslands giant, but after attacking him for a bit, he still had 99% of his HP, and just overall I felt a little outmatched, so I ran away like a coward. Afterwards, I used fast travel for the first time, which is pretty crazy, because you kinda just go into a loading screen, and then you're dropped like 20 feet from the sky. Interestingly, you don't actually take any fall damage, even though if you drop from that distance anywhere else in the game, you definitely do take fall damage. At this point, I was told to get 3 wolf fragments from 3 different bosses located throughout the game. One of those bosses included this corrupted treant, which was a fairly long and difficult fight, at least until another player actually showed up and started to help me. This is, I'm not kidding, the very first player I've seen in my entire time playing Bless. They didn't stick around for long, but still, I appreciated the help. After successfully gathering all 3 wolf fragments, I was told to bring them to the altar of Fizera, which unlocked the Mark of the Wolf Blessing. Blessings basically act as a sort of non-customizable talent tree that you can specialize into. You can change your blessing after you unlock them, and this is going to change your character's playstyle and how effective they are with certain abilities. And at this point, I was level 10, continuing to quest and explore the world. Combat was actually starting to feel a little bit better. I had unlocked a few more spells at this point and was starting to understand the cadence in boss fights. Knowing when to dodge, when to run, when to attack, it was all sort of turning into a bit of a dance that was actually kind of fun to play around with. Around level 13, however, I came across one of the most difficult boss fights yet. I basically had to fight one of 3 null bosses, each of them having different mechanics. The first one that I tried would actually place a totem that would basically make him invincible. I seriously have no idea if there's a way to actually beat this boss at my level, as the totem that he dropped, which made him invincible, also had as much HP as the actual boss, who was constantly charging and doing tons of damage.
Finally.
So I tried
got
one of the other
third
null
one.
bosses. This one also had a totem, but it seemed less effective. He still managed to defeat me at least once, but eventually I got him. At level 14, I broke yet another eavesdropping quest, of course, and then I took a break and returned the next day. Level 15 and ready to continue my journey. Overall, I genuinely think that Bless Unleashed is not nearly as bad as the reviews on Steam might have you think, or even the reviews on YouTube or other MMO forums. So far, it's been a pretty fun, a pretty mindless questing grind with decent graphics and a decent progression system, and an overall fun-to-use combat system. While slightly janky at times, I've definitely played worse, and the extremely challenging boss fights were actually quite engaging and very satisfying to actually complete. I continued questing, listening to my amazing voice,
Wow, you're amazing.
helping Don Diego, who was trapped in a stasis spell. I fought against a water elemental boss, a lizardman boss that had a ton of ads. I had to fight against this stone elemental that literally took me 8 minutes to defeat. He didn't have the most difficult mechanics, but it definitely wasn't easy, and he had a ridiculous amount of HP. At some point, I actually came across another player, the second of my entire playthrough. They were level 21 and I was level 18, so of course, I requested to duel them. However, in PvP, for some reason, your abilities and damage get scaled down to an insanely low amount. So we were dueling for like 3 minutes straight and no one was really making any headway, so I kind of just stood around until she defeated me, as I couldn't find an option to just abandon the duel. I kept grinding, I got to level 19, I even got a quest that told me to participate in a dungeon. You can join up in an LFG system to see if anyone else wants to do the dungeon in a 5-man format. However, because it didn't seem like many other people were online, Bless also features a solo format for dungeons as well. These are scaled down and potentially scaled down a little bit too much, as I found the dungeon to be rather easy, though the boss fights in the overall zone was pretty cool. Ultimately, I kept questing and got myself to level 20, which apparently enabled World PvP as an option for me to turn on. Though after the brief bout I had with that level 21 Crusader earlier, PvP didn't seem all that interesting to me personally. And that about wraps up my time spent in Bless Unleashed. I think this is a game that unfortunately had its reputation foiled due to their failure of its predecessor, Bless Online. While Bless Unleashed has plenty of its own problems and areas where things could be done better, it doesn't really seem all that different from a lot of other modern Korean MMOs, released even to this day. I found my time in Bless to be enjoyable, generally, but the biggest takeaways, for me personally, is, well, the world is basically dead. There are very few other players around, at least in the starting zones, and that adds a sort of lifeless vibe to the game. Combat can feel a bit janky and glitchy at times due to all the animation stalling, however, it redeems itself in constantly engaging boss fights. The overall presentation and appearance of the game is basically 10s across the board. The game truly looks beautiful, and if I'm being completely honest, I'm not actually 100% ready to put the game down. I might continue questing and playing through the story to find out what Bless Unleashed really plays like at the endgame. But as for a new player's first impressions, it's a solid game that I think had its reputation a little bit tarnished, and thus was never truly given the chance it needed to exist. Can I recommend Bless Unleashed in 2025? Well, I mean, it's free to play, so why not? There are no massively glaring issues, and from an RPG standpoint, I had a great time questing and exploring the world. But anyway, folks, I want to say a massive thank you for everyone who made it to the end. Don't forget a like, a comment, a sub. Those things help a bunch, and if you really enjoyed the video, consider becoming a channel member. Anyway, I will catch you all in the next one. Later. Today, we're delving into the depths of the MMORPG page on Steam. Normally, I try to find hidden, obscure, and unknown games, but today, we're gonna do something a little different. I wanna find the games that are so bad, they might actually be good. And the best way to find those games is by looking through the actual reviews that players have left. The Steam review section is quite infamous, and people don't tend to hold back when sharing their grievances. So today, I've compiled 3 games that had some of the most scathing their grievances. So today, I've compiled 3 games that had some of the most scathing, devastating, and downright savage reviews. We're going to take a look at what some of those players had to say about the game, and then check out the game for ourselves to see if it's actually that bad. Now, the most challenging part of finding these games is, first of all, finding ones that actually work. The amount of these MMOs which indicate that they're a totally functioning and playable world while actually just crashing the second you try to open them is a bit ridiculous. But without further ado, here are 3 of the worst reviewed MMOs on Steam. Hey, real quick, before we get into that, I just want to quickly remind everyone that channel memberships are active. If you've been enjoying my content, I would massively appreciate the support. If that's not your cup of tea, a like, a comment, a sub, those things help a bunch. Also, if you're looking for a like-minded MMO community and an easy way to chat with me, please check out our community Discord, linked below in the description. Now, let's jump into it. So, the first game I found on Steam today is Rebirth Online, a free-to-play Korean MMO released in 2020. Let's see what some people have been saying about Rebirth. Ha! They just copied the mobile game and put it on PC. Whoever added a boss at the gate of the starting zone, one-shotting everyone, is a moron. I do not recommend this game. I will bring you to death. The first boss's way of telling you that you're going to die of boredom. Okay, what is this reverse psychology where reading bad reviews of a game just makes me want to play it more? Let's see what this is all about. So after loading up the game, you're asked to choose your graphic settings. I chose very high, and afterwards chose a server, before being brought to the quintessential Control-C, Control-V Korean MMO character customization, featuring the ever-present dark metallic blue background, the awkward class description, and the over-the-top animation every time you select one of the other classes. And don't forget the extreme jiggliness. Featuring 4, of course, gender-locked classes, it really baffles me how every single one of these games has a variation of the exact same character customization. When did this start, and more importantly, when will it end? It's like every Korean MMO dev got together for the yearly Korean MMO conference and decided that every time players create a character, it has to follow the exact formula. That way you won't be able to actually tell what game you're playing until you've already created your character. Anyway, the Berserker class had the most obnoxiously large two-handed sword I've ever seen, putting most even other Korean-made Berserker classes to shame. I mean, just look at the girth on that bad boy. So I named my character, and without any further customization options available, I pressed play, and was met with the most bored voice actor of all time, who was supposed to be narrating the captions at the bottom of the screen. However, he seemed to keep missing words, or using different words.
Then the 3 kingdoms closest to Veracon made a united fort against Veracon.
I guess they used a different translation for the captions than the actual voiceover.
Doing their best and going against the endless monsters.
Okay. Anyway, I made it into the actual game, met with, of course, a daily login reward, which granted me a black horse and 100,000 gold. Sweet. Now, you can click to walk or use WASD, and instead of that giant badass sword that I had seen in character creation, I currently had the largest wooden paddle you've ever seen. I was basically the end boss of some fraternity. I could row a damn cruise ship with this thing. Hell, if I was stranded at sea, I could use my sword as a legitimate raft. I tried talking to the much cooler looking berserker beside me to see if he had any advice on how I could get the same armor. We even got quite intimate. But he never replied to me, so I decided to take a look at some of the interface. I opened the character sheet, which also includes my inventory, and found a kingdom supply bag, of which inside there was a bunch of potions and currencies that I'm sure are very important in terms of progression. But also, I found a starter set of armor. Well, that was easy. Now, when you right-click on the armor in your inventory, instead of equipping the armor, it just teleports your cursor to the slot where the armor actually goes on your character page. But eventually, after getting all my armor on, I was feeling much better, since ridding myself of the legitimate support beam that I had prior. Now that I was fully equipped, I figured I'd better start questing. I was directed towards Battle Instructor Elen, who as cat ears, for no apparent reason. I skip through the dialogue by clicking next as fast as possible, and afterwards I realize that my character will actually just auto-run if I click on the quest objective on screen. After talking to the blacksmith Jaspire, I actually finished the first quest, which got me my first level. Or my first 12 levels, rather. I was now level 12. I actually learned 2 new abilities as well, Fire Slash and Leap. Jaspire told me to kill 12 grass wolves, so I clicked on my quest and began running towards my destination. Here, my character began automatically attacking the wolves. As if I need to prove to you all that autoplay is a legitimate feature, I put my hands in the air like a college chick at a Taylor Swift concert. Anyways, after taking out all 12 of the wolves quite easily, my character began running to the next objective. That's when I noticed the teleport button, which teleported me directly to the NPC I needed to chat with. She sent me back to the blacksmith Jaspire, who I then teleported to immediately. I then teleported straight back to Elen, the chick with cat ears, then I teleported to some other NPC, who I talked to so fast I couldn't even catch a glimpse of before completing the quest, which got me to level 19. I was then told to travel to an empty lot, where I was met with this cutscene featuring a half-naked guy flying a dragon and audio that was somehow nauseating. At this point, I was thoroughly confused, but also highly intrigued. As my character ran off to gather flowers, I couldn't help but feel as though I had stumbled on some sort of glimpse into the future of video games. Like something straight out of Idiocracy, which requires no effort, talent, problem solving, or thinking at all. It's basically just a movie which you have to interact with in order to get to the next scene. I teleported back to Dana, found the dialogue skip button in the top right corner, and immediately teleported again to my next objective. Interestingly enough, there were actual people in chat selling items. I couldn't imagine why other people would actually be playing this game, let alone why there would be any sort of market for any items. You can literally just walk away and let this game play itself, so why would anyone ever pay to buy items in the game? Anyway, I finished that quest and got to level 30. I then teleported and killed 15 goblins, and after I teleported and killed 19 grass basilisks. I handed in that quest to get a new pair of boots and 10 levels. I was now level 40. Then I teleported and killed 17 bears, handed in that to get to level 46. I killed 19 gnoll archers and 20 gnoll captains, which took me all the way to level 58. So I killed 18 skeleton warriors and got to level 62. Bear in mind, I've probably been playing this game for a total of 25 minutes, of which 5 of those minutes were spent in character creation. This is like the TikTok of MMOs. You just mindlessly play and watch and let it happen as your brain slowly rots and you become more and more open to suggestibility as these companies and their corporate greed slowly take over your mind. It starts with microtransactions, but soon it's macrotransactions, and the next thing you know. Anyway, yeah, the reviews were pretty much spot on. What a horrendously horrible experience. Let's see if anything can even top that. So this next MMO is interesting. Dreamscape Dimensions, a medieval fantasy MMO which, trust me, you'll be very surprised to find out, was released as early access in the year 2021. Some of the reviews include, wow, and, in a word, horrible. At least, presently. My PC begged me to uninstall. Seriously, it was going to die on me. Never seen my PC act like that. I survived this game till level 8. I have no words for how awful the experience was. Okay, this one sounds rough. Let's see what we're dealing with. You're greeted with this sort of intro client page where you can choose your server, of which there is only one option. And also this page features tutorials, even a tutorial on character creation, which seems like something that shouldn't require a tutorial, and to be honest, it doesn't. This is character creation. While the interface is definitely ugly and hard to navigate due to all the contrasting colors, I wouldn't say that a tutorial is required. There are 6 different races. It starts you on the human selection, which looks pretty standard, but when we move over to the dwarf, things start to get a little strange. The elf also looks a little strange, but things really start to take a turn once you find the goblin. This purple-skinned, green-hair, radioactive monstrosity was made in 2021. Keep that in mind as we go through this game. Next, we move on to the halfling. This is the face of a man who has seen some shit. Also, what are those? Why? Why are they so big and hairy? What the fuck? Well, I'll give an honorable mention to the orc as well, but compared to the goblin and the halfling, this is almost tame. Anyway, here I decided to spend altogether way too long in character customization because of the absolutely ridiculous amount of options that were available, including over 7 different sliders which all adjust the nose, its size, and its position, ultimately culminating in such a comically large and disfigured sniffer. I only hoped it didn't work properly, as you can probably smell this dude's hairy size 16s from a good 10 feet away. No pun intended. Finally, when I was happy with my character's appearance, you put some points into
That's one.
attributes. I went for more of a caster build because there's no way
Come on, give
this
me,
guy
like,
isn't casting spells late into the night.
2 more.
And amongst all
That'd
the
be dope.
excitement of creating this
I can
beautiful
get 2
character,
more.
I actually forgot to name myself. So meet Jadisai Karakik. Let's get into the game. I pressed play and was met with the obnoxious sound of TV static before it transitioned into an attempt at ambient cricket noises, which somehow shot to the center of my core and put me in a sort of trance. I'm not sure what frequency this noise is, but it's jarring and raises my blood pressure. So I'm gonna spare you all the audio of this game. Anyway, we use WASD to move. The interface features this nameplate, which tells you the date, time, and temperature, and also features an awesome mugshot of your character. The compass up here features nearly illegible font and also blue and yellow circles, probably indicating NPCs. The minimap is similarly illegible, and I'm assuming the green dot is me. I have a couple of action bars featuring abilities and potions, and there's a long line of arrows indicating where your character needs to go. The general menu interface from the world map to your skills and character page all look like something that was made in the late 90s, or would be featured on an early iteration of a mobile game. I made my way forwards, and running is absolutely hilarious, especially with these clown shoes I have for feet. Also, there was no separate animation for strafing or changing directions, so seemingly as though I was gliding on ice, my character would smoothly run in whichever way I directed him. Even running completely side to side, it was actually quite impressive. Not even Michael Jackson was moonwalking with this level of fluidity. A solid 10 out of 10 performance by Jadisai. Anyway, I eventually made it to the NPC I was supposed to speak with, and clickboxes are exceptionally difficult to find in this game. Clicking on any NPC was quite a task. He directed me upstairs in this building to talk with another NPC in order to find some weapons for myself. I decided to moonwalk the entire way in order to establish dominance. You're not gonna make me move my camera if I don't have to, Dreamscape Dimensions. So I made my way back downstairs and struggled to click on the NPC Thaknor for a few more moments before finishing that quest, which rewarded me with 10 experience points. And talking with the NPC further gave me 10 more. I was now 23% of the way to level 2. He also awarded me with a staff that I was able to equip. Now, you might notice while I'm running around that this game is also lagging quite considerably. It's important to note that my computer's fans were also going at Mach 9 the entire time I was playing this game. The term optimized is to Dreamscape Dimensions as the term clean room is to Asmongold. Next, I was directed towards the graveyard in order to finally participate in combat and fight some skeletons. Combat is, it's pretty bad. It's really hard to click on enemies, so I used tab to target these skeletons. After, I cast my spell Magic Missile, which began its cast bar at about halfway filled and only did 2 damage. Despite spending almost all of my attribute points on things like Wisdom and Intelligence, just bashing these skeletons with my staff did considerably more damage than my magic spell. And on top of that, afterwards I used my number 3 ability, which was a heal, and my character did this animation. I made my way back to the NPC in order to hand in my quest, and this is when I realized that quite literally, the only part of his entire model which acted as a clickbox was the very top of his head, literally just his hair. Handing this in got me to level 2, and I was directed to talk to another NPC to continue on. My next quest, I was told to collect some books, recipes, and tools. Sounds easy enough. But this would be where I made a significant lapse in my judgment. You see, the quest indicator led me past the skeletons in the graveyard and towards a trapdoor. I figured here I would be able to easily find these tools and books, so I stepped down into the musty dungeon, and the quest indicator then just went away. Well, I'm sure the tools will be located throughout this dungeon, but instead, it seemed like this dungeon was littered with spiders. And while outside I could take a few skeletons at the same time, these spiders were no joke. And despite my best efforts, within just a few moments, I had already died. Okay, well, I figured I'll try one more time. Maybe if I just ignore the spiders, I can run past all of them and make my way to the tools and books that I was told to acquire. I bravely ran through most of the dungeon, finding absolutely nothing that looked like an interactable tool or book. But I did find lots and lots of spiders, which interestingly seemingly have no aggro limit. They will follow you as long as you're still in the same zone they are in. I probably have over 20 spiders following me at this point. Luckily, I knew my way back, so I ran back to the stairs, which would lead me back outside into the graveyard. I figured if I go back inside, surely the spiders would reset. Nope, as soon as I stepped back in, a few were waiting for me, and they all re-aggro to you when you come back in. I tried to escape out the stairs again, but this time 2 skeletons immediately aggroed me as well. So I dealt with them and even a 3rd skeleton who came after me before deciding to try my hand at dealing with the spiders again. Where ultimately, they were still waiting for me in the dungeon below. Damn, this game is no joke. Anyway, I decided to explore around the rest of the town for a bit, and I actually stumbled across something really interesting. I was confused as to why I couldn't step on or enter any of these platforms, but every single building here had a green arrow outside of it. And as it turns out, these are all player-owned housing plots, so players can come and build their own homes with, I'm assuming, some resources that they would find out in the world. Many games have attempted this sort of housing system. It's always been a sort of fantasy of an MMO to have a fully unique, player-owned housing located in the open world. Some games have had more success than others, but ultimately the system almost always fails due to scaling. But really, that's all I have for Dreamscape Dimensions. Staying true to its name, exiting this game definitely felt like I was exiting some sort of dream. One of those dreams where you wake up in a complete cold sweat, unsure of which reality is actually taking place. Either way, that was easily one of the worst MMOs I've ever played, and the fact that it was created in 2021 is hilarious. Next up, we have a game that I initially thought was an MMO, and it still technically fits the definition of an MMO, though it's more akin to a multiplayer Stardew Valley. This is a cozy, farming, cutesy little world named Spellfair, which is currently in early access, which was released just a few months ago in July. Apparently, they have plans for a full release in 2025. Let's see what some of the reviews are saying about Spellfair. Not a fan of the game. The concept is good, but it's extremely glitchy. This honestly could be so much more. Within half an hour, it's made clear to me why this has so many negative reviews. The game is so clunky and buggy. The game looks cute and has potential. I'll be checking back periodically for updates, but right now, it's not playable for me. So these reviews weren't necessarily scathing, though there are hundreds more that look just like these. It seems people are thoroughly unimpressed, so let's find out why. So after logging in, the game decides to treat you to the story of Spellfair immediately, which it does by writing cursive text onto this plain book, where you're then given options to progress the story. The 2 options basically say the same thing and are formed in a sort of reply. I have no idea why I'm replying to a book I'm reading, but here we are. Also, this goes on for altogether way too long, as after every reply, you have to slowly wait for the text to appear in the book. After about legitimately 4 minutes of reading this book, I was finally introduced to character creation. I always find it hilarious when games give you overly detailed, unnecessary tutorials for things that don't matter. Like, if you scroll your mouse wheel down, you can select the other options on the obvious scrolling wheel of options. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Anyway, you can choose from quite a wide variety of options regarding your character's appearance in Spellfairs. As per usual with these videos, if the game allows you to create an absurd-looking character, that's generally what I'm gonna do.
There's one more, man. One more.
Spellfair would be one of those games, but seeing my character looking quite bald after I took the hat off solidified that decision for me. There is somehow no greater joy in life than finding a rather low-budget game that wanted to include a wide variety of choice when it comes to the facial design of your character, especially if they include sliders. This is the 2nd time today I've been able to create an absolutely horrific-looking nose on a character. And really, this is what my channel is all about, finding these moments. I'm currently in my happy place. You know what? In future games, I want all the sliders. I want to be able to create characters so completely absurd, you won't even be able to tell they're humanoids anymore. I want sliders that allow my nose to droop to the ground, my character's ears to be larger than the screen, with one eye just kind of hanging out of its socket and the other is actually like a 3D cube. Just give us total and complete freedom, please. I'm begging you. Anyways, after a few minutes of playing around, I came up with what looks like your average 3rd grade teacher in the year 2024, and I was ready to continue on. You enter the game outside of this sort of castle where you speak with this nice lady, and it's WASD to move. And wow, look at that strut. Why does my character look like they're on a mission? This is one of the most purposeful walks I've ever seen in my life. My character is on their way to give a third grade detention for being in the hall without a hall pass. What's with the slanted eyebrows and the facial expression that immediately appears as I begin walking forward? Oh my god. I don't care how bad this game is, it was all worth it just for this strut. Anyways, I spoke with the guard and he took me inside the castle, where I was introduced to, I guess, my house. Inside my house was a book which genuinely shocked the shit out of my character. And at this point, I was told to learn a spell. The Summon Familiar spell. The game says in order to cast the spell, I needed some ingredients, which were conveniently all scattered around my fireplace in a nice pile. My character tried to pick up this carrot, but got confused and sat down instead. But eventually, I had all the ingredients. Apparently, I had to use them all with the fireplace in order to cast the spell. A little unorthodox, but surely later I'll be able to cast the spells not in front of a fireplace. Now, at this point, the game introduces you to your inventory. First, you open your menu with Escape, and then you select your inventory. Here, you're going to need to place the items from your inventory into your quick selection bars, of which there are two. One for items and one for tools. So I placed my logs into the quick items menu, which apparently you pull up by using your left shift key. Okay. Now that the fireplace is lit with a single log, I should be able to open my spell menu and cast my spell. So first I had to unlock the Summon Familiar spell using some of the shards I found on the table prior.
Page.
And, I'm going to be summoning a cat. This is significantly less cooler than I was expecting. Also, why would you need a carrot, a potato, and a rock to summon a cat? When I summon my cats in real life, I just shake a half-full bag of basically anything that sounds...
One more, man. One more.
Either way, I cast the spell, which brought up a completely pointless and arbitrary menu, where I once again had to place these ingredients into some sort of hedonistic ritual, and voila, we have a cat. This guy couldn't just go down to the pet store or find some ads on Facebook Marketplace. No, instead, we decided to compile ingredients and cast an ancient ritual. Afterwards, I had to choose a name for my cat, and I went with Gerald. There's something oddly funny to me about naming pets very common human names. I've always wanted a cat named Kevin. I have no idea why it's funny, but it is. Anyway, the game directs you back outside where you talk to the guard, or Luan, where you introduce him to your cat that you just summoned from rocks and carrots. He tells you to check out the town and introduce yourself to all of the NPCs. At this point, it was dark outside and the game was pretty dark as well. I tried to turn up any sort of brightness settings, but they were all already maxed out. That's okay, it just adds to the immersion, I guess. So I authoritatively strutted my ass to town. You can't run or jump, so you just sort of speed walk everywhere. Like you have a really good reason you need to be somewhere, but you also don't want to appear like a crazy person to anyone around you. Now, anytime you walk into a new area, the game is clearly loading, as you have a massive lag spike. I found it kind of funny because so far the explorable area that I had seen is so small
give me the
compared
third
to
one.
maps you might see in other games that it definitely doesn't warrant an entire lag spike. But it is what it is. I made my way into the town square and actually ran into
I
another
had 300
player
already?
named This Is My Name. No, Waydot is my name. But I tried to chat with them. The text box above your head stays for altogether way too long, which is kind of hilarious by itself, but I really wanted to see why This Is My Name was playing Spellfair. I even went and stood extremely close to them, and due to, I guess, collision, I was able to actually move his character. Despite my repeated attempts to chit-chat, This Is My Name wanted nothing to do with me, and I can't blame him. Just look at my character. Also, anytime you type something, your character gets locked into a talking animation where you can't actually move or even move the camera until the animation is finished. Afterwards, I finally talked to Sulo, and she mentioned all of the different NPCs in town that I needed to talk to. From the fishermen, to bartenders, to crafters, to potion makers, all the makings of a typical cozy town. Now, at this point, I pulled up the world map where you can actually click on any of the blue icons on the map and fast travel to them, which is really interesting because this is by no means a large town. It would probably take a matter of seconds to walk to most of these places in-game. But hey, if fast travel is available, why not use it? My first order of business was to talk to the fisherman. His name is Finn. Isn't that just quirky and fun? Finn gave me a fishing rod, and apparently in order to actually catch fish, you need a rod and bait. You have to use the bait in your inventory on your rod in order to attach the bait. I would have loved to say that fishing is the most hilariously bad system in the game, but honestly, it's pretty standard. You cast out your line, you get a bite, and then after, you have to alternate between the left and right arrow keys really fast in order to catch the fish. I caught my first one, which admittedly was pretty easy, but then Even though I was alternating between my left and right arrow keys as fast as humanly possible, dramatically increasing my risk of early onset arthritis, I still couldn't catch another fish. No, seriously, I never caught another fish the entire time I was playing. Unless you're a professional paintballer or you have finger dexterity the likes of Jimi Hendrix, don't expect to be catching any more fish in Spellfair. Anyway, I made my way around to a few of the other NPCs before ultimately deciding to go explore a bit of the map. I wanted to see what was outside of the town, maybe get into some combat if that's a thing we could do. So I made my way to the gate and lag spiked my way into the next zone, the wilds. Now, it seems out in the wilds there are resources you can gather, such as rocks to mine and trees to cut. I found this ice gate that is probably a portal of sorts for a later quest. But I decided to take a look at my map and see if I could venture even further into the game. So I teleported to the eastern edge of the wilds and, well, I can't seem to cross this river. There doesn't seem to be any bridge over this river at any point along the map, so instead I fast traveled to the far northern section of the wild, and there's a giant mountain here. Surely there is more to this game than just the town and the wilds, right? I made my way back into town to see if I could access any other zones in the game. The only other exit was to the east, the Homestead Gate, which inevitably leads to my home. The entire game is your home, the town, and the wilds. There's no way. At this point, I decided I should watch the game's trailer in order to make sure I'm not missing anything. So here's my reaction to that. Alright, so I've got the Spellfair trailer here because I want to watch this and make sure that I'm not missing something crazy from this game. To me, it seems like a multiplayer farming simulator that has just the tiniest map in the world. It's got basically nothing. Now, I understand the game's in early access, but what? There's the book. There's the town. There's Luan. That lady. That's the house I went to. Okay, there's farming. Watering. I expected that. They really made a big deal out of summoning this cat, bro. They really made... That's like a big feature part of the game. Fishing. Play some chess. Oh, what's this? We didn't see this portal. Is this combat? What was that? Yeah, that's it. I mean, we saw the majority of the things featured in the trailer in my 20 minutes of walking around that world. That's crazy. So those are the 3 worst reviewed games I found on Steam today. Which one seemed the most compelling to you? Which one seemed the most ridiculous? To be honest, for me, Rebirth Online could probably be an actual game if they just got rid of all of the autoplay features. Right now, it's just an interactive movie. And Dreamscape Dimensions is definitely ridiculous. I heard theories it was a crypto miner with an MMO as a cover, which would actually explain why my computer was running so hot. Anyway, folks, a bit of a different style of video today. Let me know what you guys think about this worst rated MMO video. I would like to potentially do more of these in the future. And as always, a massive thanks to all of you who made it to the end of the video. Don't forget a like, a sub, a comment. Those things help a bunch. And if you really enjoyed the video, consider becoming a channel member. But I'll catch you all in the next one. Later.
Why am I getting all this? They're so weak. Dude, just give me one more, man. Just one more. Yo, just one more, man. Apparently, I'm only getting like 2 woes. It's not good. I mean, it's not over yet. So.
Yo, what's up, guys? Today I want to talk about something that
I don't know about that one, dude. Oh shit. Wanna watch this?
Guys, let's go. We're 1 minute away from the opening of the official Ragnarok Latan servers here, okay? Never, I really like Ragnarok, you know, there are several videos on the channel, right? Well, I've never seen the opening of a Ragnarok server, right? I started playing about 2-3 years ago, so I'm pretty new, compared to people who are 20 years old, right? So I'm dying to see what this launch is going to be like, okay. And I'll come back.
It's in fucking Spanish, man. What the fuck? Yo, just one more. I'll be happy with it. Come on. Where's the freaking last one? Nope. Where's the last one? Damn, I only got 2. It's kind of shit. Shit farm. Where's the last one, dude? Please. Just one more. Nope. I'm running out. Unlucky today. I only got like 2. Come on. No? Nope. Apparently, nothing. It's the last one. I'm gonna finish this. 2 minutes. Nope. Nope. Come on. Nothing. Alright, I guess I gotta go. No drop. Goddamn, 21,000. Nothing. Alright, I'm out. So many people today. Okay. We need 4. Okay. We're gonna upgrade this all the way to 9s, and then we'll see. Let's see. Why are they so expensive, dude? 3K for Green Live? Let's go. Yes. I fucking knew it. That's why. Safe limit. Safe limit. Okay. Alright. I destroyed one, so. There it is, dude. We got 1. Wait, how many? I think I've destroyed 1 before. Yeah. We got 4 now. Scorpion King card. Scorpion King card. All right, I'll be back. Man, people need to buy that shit. All right. BRB. Taking a break for now. Hold up. Battlefield. This one died? Do let's see, Merman hard. Nope. Nolian. It's 500k for a Nolian, man. It's too much, dude. I'm gonna farm. We need that brooch and an Olian. The merman. How come this one and tights are the same? Tights. Right. Oh, Dex. This is Dex. Never mind. Other one's Agi. Tights are Dex. And this is Agi. Okay. And it's, the defense is 6. Pretty high. That's pretty high too. That. Yeah. Goblin card. Like, want to get this. Increases physical damage. Inflicted.
Battlefield, a 2-decade-year-old series spanning dozens of mainline and spin-off titles. A pillar in the world of online shooters, a favorite of mine and many others for high-flying, one-of-a-kind Battlefield moments which are perfect blends, crazy, novel, and/or exciting and all blended together experiences. While we have already covered a Battlefield title on the Death of a Game series, I didn't think we would so soon be returning, and with such a recent title. Battlefield 2042, developed by DICE and published by Electronic Arts, shedding the classic 32 vs 32 gameplay for the hardly touched 64 vs 64 person gameplay in an attempt to do things bigger than ever before for the franchise. Launched November 2021, and after a mere few months the population has dropped almost 97% to numbers lower than previous Battlefields even. Why are things going so badly for the Battlefield that was supposed to save the franchise? How is Battlefield 2042 in such a short time already badly faltering? In this episode of Death of a Game, we tackle another high-profile multiplayer shooter that failed to meet the colossal expectations set by an incredible marketing campaign and developer promises. Put away the class kits and pick up these new high-tech gadgets in your favorite specialist detectives, and let's gather enough clues and evidence to solve this case. Stick around for the very end where we put it all together for the final deduction, and at the very end of the video for a hint on what the next episode is going to be about. The story begins with the developers behind the franchise for a while now. DICE, a Swedish developer subsidiary to Electronic Arts, following the launch and subsequent aftermath of Battlefield 5. There are plenty of great Battlefield YouTubers out there like Nick930 and Jack Frags who have covered this game's rocky history with fans. And who knows, maybe someday we will as well. But Battlefield 5 was a bit of a black mark. Not that 4 didn't do them any favors either, but 4 would eventually be balanced and fixed to a more respectable state that fans would enjoy and often laud as one of the best games in the franchise history. Unlike Battlefield 5. Following the failure of Battlefield 5 to meet EA expectations, there was a desire to right the wrongs and bring back Battlefield into the spotlight. That desire made DICE and EA reach high for what would be dubbed as Battlefield 6 until otherwise noted, which they would tease June 19th, 2020 during EA Play. Battlefield 6 was supposed to turn crazy, ambitious ideas into a reality according to EA, but they would release very little details concerning how, other than the fact that Battlefield 6 would be featured in a modern setting. August 17th, 2020, more information concerning DICE's next big Battlefield, Battlefield 6, would be leaked by a reputable leaker, Tom Henderson, who also managed to leak about Call of Duty in the past, as well as the fact that Battlefield 6 would indeed be in a modern setting. According to Tom, the maps in Battlefield 6 would be designed with 128 players in mind, which would signify a jump to 64 versus 64 players for the first time in the series officially, before the commenters get mad at me. Though according to Tom, the core game is still 32 versus 32. EA would also confirm and set the launch for Battlefield 6 for the calendar year of 2021. All of this in mind, there wasn't any true gameplay footage shown yet. With nothing to show for and big promises being made, fans were waiting to either be blown away or severely disappointed. In a now infamous press release, EA would claim Battlefield 6 by February of 2021 was way ahead of schedule and was set to release later that same year in the winter. EA CEO Andrew Wilson would also state that Battlefield 6 would support more players than ever before, with no details on how many that actually is or was. Meanwhile, EA CFO Blake Jorgensen would echo the sentiments, claiming that DICE was way ahead of where we were in prior product cycles. While Battlefield fans had been clamoring for an update from EA or DICE on the development of Battlefield 6, EA would eventually provide it. The updates in quotations were more of a, "we promise more updates coming soon." EA would announce that DICE Los Angeles, Criterion, and EA Gothenburg were assisting DICE on the project, making the Battlefield 6 team the biggest Battlefield team in development history. Now that's an interesting way to spin a project ahead of schedule needing so much help in development, right? But besides this and more of the same air quotes we have been given in April of 2021, Battlefield 6 was reaching a scary state of almost being vaporware at this point. No gameplay footage and no trailers to speak of the same year the game was set to launch. So the biggest team in Battlefield history might be needed. The big reveal for Battlefield 6 would finally come June 9th, 2021, now being dubbed Battlefield 2042. The reveal trailer was an absolute blockbuster, perfectly encapsulating many Battlefield moments at an impressive graphical fidelity, with map-wide destruction on full display and every explosion imaginable. Trailer or not, so far the marketing was really capturing the essence of Battlefield to players. A bombshell would be dropped in the midst of all of this news though, and that was Battlefield 2042 would be for the first time since Battlefield Bad Company lacking a campaign. This would make Battlefield 2042 a fully priced multiplayer-only game, but DICE would reassure fans that a campaign still technically existed and would take place in the multiplayer world updated over the course of seasons, and overall allow them to really lean into what we're best at. So no campaign for Battlefield 2042 would certainly be a knock for many fans of the franchise at this point, but at least there would reportedly be a narrative unfolding over time. Battlefield 2042 features the United States versus Russia in a humanitarian crisis brought by climate change. But it's not political. DICE was yet again asking for faith from the fans, as they were treating Battlefield 2042 like a love letter to the long-term fans of the series. Battlefield 2042 would have a gameplay trailer unveiled alongside the theatrical trailer, and the gameplay was impressive to say the least. The trailer seemed to yet again perfectly capture what it meant to play a Battlefield game. What limited pre-alpha footage, as it was dubbed, was showcased was visually seemingly a step above where previous projects had gone. And the trailers were also these catastrophic events seemingly caused by storms and weather in the game or the map itself, and definitely related to the climate migration creating warfare thing that DICE mentioned previously. But thematically, these don't really follow in the trailers. Sure, they're impressive at showcasing the gameplay engine and getting people excited about the visual impressiveness, but fans noticed the incongruence when they started accusing Battlefield 2042 of DICE and EA trying to push a climate refugee, climate migration narrative story, which was not very typical for the franchise thus far. Making a game about climate migration a serious subject affecting hundreds of thousands of people isn't inherently bad. I don't think that that's the problem here. Politics have been in video games since they started just about, and the Battlefield franchise is no stranger to politics clearly. But the Swedish developer coming out and rebuffing the accusations was just puzzling. It either makes you feel like they aren't committed enough to the story as it stood already, or it was just used to cause some headlines and impress people visually. Alongside the trailers and the giant info dump was a launch date set for October, which was only 4 months away. Open beta would be announced to take place sometime before launch, with a closed beta playtest happening in July. EA would have a technical test sometime in the summer. What EA would also reveal during that time would be the monetization model being used in Battlefield 2042 going forward. Battle Pass, a free and paid Battle Pass version, as typical in the industry now, and the whole season concept that sets the game up for a live service product, with each season supposedly adding more content and story to the game. This meant that very likely Battlefield 2042 as a multiplayer-only game could cost at launch in excess of $100 when you consider any season passes as well. To make matters worse, suspicions were already being raised over specialists and what they would entail as described in the press release, as this sounded like a departure from the iconic class system that Battlefield fans loved and most importantly were accustomed to, and a departure to cash in on some of the Apex and Call of Duty success. Facing heat from fans because they didn't have a campaign, DICE seemed to stress that they were going to build a multiplayer experience for single-player fans, which despite understanding what that means in the context of previous Battlefield titles even, and other campaign-based multiplayer games which exist as well, it was a bit puzzling because the experience in Battlefield single player was not the same experience you got online. And many would argue that that was a good thing. It was a change of pace, and none more legendary, of course, than the Battlefield Bad Company series in Battlefield. That's a lot of Battlefield. Creating a more guided and scripted single-player experience was actually well received amongst Battlefield fans, probably because they got enough sandbox gameplay in the multiplayer game, right? Maybe? DICE would offer AI in Battlefield 2042 as well to assist both teams in their conquests. This also, according to DICE, opened up the possibility of playing the game alone as a single-player experience, which again, I just find disjointed personally. Because sure, you can do that, but why not just go online at that point? Why would someone play a subpar single-player experience online? I would argue that most would prefer a divorced single-player experience altogether to add some variety at the very least. It's also just much easier to set up the story that way. DICE's desire to try to appease both the multiplayer and single-player audiences, all the while building a multiplayer-only game, was a risky endeavor. Possible? Sure, but if the multiplayer experience is unsuccessful, you can't even sell the game in a value bin for the single player alone. Battlefield 2042's multiplayer was surely going to have to be impressive, and DICE was presenting 3 core modes: All-Out Warfare, aka basically Conquest mode, the most sandbox of the modes, equipped with multiple new weather effects and evolving world events, and vehicles capable of mass destruction as the franchise has been known for. Both teams battle in a tug-of-war style 64 versus 64 person multiplayer experience. When one team runs out of tickets, aka player lives, you lose the game. Capturing more than half the map also drastically reduces the ticket counts for the enemy team. The second mode was effectively Battlefield 2042's Battlefield 5 Firestorm, aka the Battle Royale extraction experience. This experience is more about squad-to-squad experiences, where you must try to loot up and grab the intel and make it to the extraction point before you're killed by an enemy team. You can outfit you and your team with dark market credits to obtain tactical upgrades, weapons, and equipment. Depending on which specialist you choose, you can provide different abilities and unique benefits to your team. Uplinks, aka laptops, are scattered throughout the map and are a way of getting the much needed upgrades in a way of vehicles and reinforcements. The final mode would remain a mystery, but there were hints that it would be targeting the classic Battlefield audience. DICE Los Angeles would be contributing the undisclosed mode, set to be revealed later in the month. DICE LA had a relatively good track record with the franchise, being the heroes of Battlefield 4, so it boded well for Battlefield fans. Allegedly, a closed beta took place July 2021, but I couldn't really find any details concerning it. What details were revealed to the public and drew almost unanimous celebration was the announcement of the third mode in Battlefield 2042, dubbed Portal Mode. Portal Mode is effectively a sandbox mode that allows you to play with custom tools and parameters, as well as leverage in-game assets from Battlefield 2042, 1942, Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 3. That means that you can not only play any of those versions of the game on the Portal Mode, you can mix and match parts of the game together for wacky results. It was a Battlefield playground, essentially, on a cross-platform experience. With DICE LA, now dubbed Ripple Effect Studios, leading the charge on Portal Mode, fans were feeling like they could at least mostly rest easy on that, knowing that even if Battlefield 2042 itself wasn't a good experience, at least they had the classic Battlefield experiences to participate in. Battlefield 2042 coming not much as a surprise to anyone at this point, with very little footage available and people able to test the game yet, would be delayed to November 19th, 2021. DICE would cite the global pandemic that took place, creating unforeseen challenges which led to the delay. The worrying part about this is that earlier in the year they had reported to be way ahead of schedule, so now fans were conflicted on if that was even accurate to begin with. Battlefield 2042 would finally become playable to the public in an open beta October 6, 2021, and impressions were actually rather mixed concerning the game. While outlets like PC Gamer were fairly positive, stating that Battlefield is back to what it does best, Dexerto urged Battlefield 2042 to just delay again, highlighting the performance issues the game was suffering from, plaguing even high-end PCs. The maps were also gigantic, forcing you to traverse on vehicles and making things like spotting an enemy exceedingly difficult. Some players were in the worst case scenario not even getting the chance to play the game as they were getting stuck on an infinite load loop. Besides the copious amounts of bugs and performance issues, some game breaking and others just a nuisance, there were a slew of other issues being mentioned here too. Even things like HUD issues making it hard to spot your team and the enemy players alike. Even if you were having fun in the limited Battlefield 2042 beta, you're bound to feel bored after only being able to experience one map and 4 specialists. So Battlefield 2042's time on the front stage wasn't working out terribly well so far. They did not make a good first impression. DICE would suggest that the beta build was a couple of months old, in an attempt to reassure players that many of the issues they were suffering from would be ironed out. But according to leaker Tom Henderson, it was claimed that the build players experienced in October was just finished September 20th, the previous month. This would prove to be yet another devastating blow to the confidence and trust in the Battlefield audience concerning DICE and the possible success of Battlefield 2042, because that meant that DICE had to fix these plethora of issues outlined, and not even fully outlined yet, honestly, in the span of basically a month. DICE was aware of the largest issues and was determined to iron them out before launch, such as the specialists, the UI, and the complete lack of in-game communication. On October 21st, 2021, DICE would announce 5 new specialists to combat the issues players had in the beta of limited specialists and the balance issues of such. Let's start with the specialists though, which I have been kind of conveniently avoiding breaking down thus far. They replaced the tried and true class system in Battlefield. Players weren't just complaining about there not being enough specialists, they were complaining about the specialist system being included, period. The specialist system had effectively taken over the class system in Battlefield, and it wasn't a change that players asked for. DICE's total not addressing of this too was rubbing some fans, like myself, the wrong way. The largest issues with the specialist system, implemented thus far in Battlefield 2042, were they impacted some of the uniquely iconic Battlefield playstyles. For example, now theoretically, everyone at the very least could squad revive, greatly nerfing and reducing the effectiveness of the medic. Since weapons aren't locked behind a specific class, theoretically nothing can stop you from getting an LMG as an engineer, or a sniper as a medic. But other issues such as identification were quite poor because of the lack of the class identity. As in previous Battlefield versions, utilizing the class system, you could clearly see who was what. Now in Battlefield 2042, it was a mystery with a specialist system, and you were bound to see so many of the exact same operators repeated, no longer making them unique looking or unique period. Battlefield players just wanted to play as generic soldiers again. As hilarious as that sounds, yes, players expected to play as just soldiers in a war-based game called Battlefield. On top of that, soldiers in a war aren't specialized to the umpteenth level with special gadgets either, right? Not all of them. So it almost feels like the gadgets are just thrown in to make the specialists feel more appealing. But DICE, instead of taking beta as an opportunity to revert the class system, had stuck to their guns regarding the specialist system. And there's theoretically many reasons possible for why. Largest being that they believed in the design, right? Or they believed in the design. Skins would be much easier to sell on specialists than for entire classes, and would bring the Battlefield franchise in alignment with other competitors such as Rainbow Six Siege and their operators, and COD Warzone and its. So it's hard not to see the decision for DICE to go against the fans' wishes to remove specialists as being, well, primarily profit driven. But if you build a system your own fan base doesn't want to play, that's also not really good business either, guys. There's also a whole lot of things said about the performance, including this is an older build, so things are worse and will be better in the future, which again, the leakers seem to contradict, but the gist was that they would iron out the issues going forward for the actual launch of the game. There's a whole lot of other positive things said and added or changed that are mentioned in the official update, but something about the whole thing just feels way too self-congratulatory to me. Like, guys, the game is not even a month before launch, and you guys want a pat on the back for adding in normal UI elements from previous Battlefield titles? Or industry standard type stuff? Although the communication was better than none, I still at the time have my suspicions as I didn't choose to purchase Battlefield 2042 despite beta testing it. How could DICE and the 100th other studios assisting them fix the plethora of core gameplay and performance issues in just under a month? Well, realistically, they couldn't, which is why some outlets and fans were asking for yet another delay. Throughout the issues and overall scuffedness for even a Battlefield launching, Battlefield 2042's early access launch would go live November 12th, 2021 on all platforms. During this early access period, some video game outlets such as IGN and GameSpot would release their game reviews. IGN would state that Battlefield 2042's high point was Ripple Effect Studios' classic sandbox mode, and that Battlefield 2042 tries to do too much, but besides decrying some of the performance issues, they were rather positive concerning the game, giving it a 7 out of 10, seemingly off of the portal mode alone. GameSpot's score was rather similar, and on the Fence review that kind of says a lot of negative text or meh undertones, yet only scored the game a 7 out of 10. This could be the problem with review scores just in general, advertising budgets and making journalists or outlets want to inflate numbers, or the game is just meh and people are scoring that as a 7 out of 10, which just again shows the problem with rating things out of 10 in gaming. Because a game that's a 7 out of 10 is actually a good game. It might seem like I'm being needlessly negative about the critical reviews given to Battlefield 2042 even before their official launch, but it's because I find the scrutiny used in each of them to be rather kid-gloved, and thus that it makes me feel that the review scores are more worthless than usual. I think it will also start to make more sense once you see how the audience's reception to Battlefield 2042 contrasts so heavily with the critical reception, probably the most we have seen on a video game ever. Battlefield 2042 would officially launch November 19th, 2021. And as promised, the player reception was a stark contrast to the critical reception. On aggregate review website Metacritic, Battlefield 2042 would score a 68 from 74 different critics. Meanwhile, score the worst rating for the entire series and arguably a major shooter franchise period, a 2.1 from over 4,500 users. Now, if you're a good detective, you might be thinking that's not enough people to form a dataset. Well, check the Steam reviews, where Battlefield 2042 scored a 28% from 101,000 plus player reviews. It was one thing for a Battlefield launch to falter and stumble, as was near tradition at this point, but Battlefield 2042 wasn't just stumbling, it was tumbling. Okay, please, Tom, cut that, please. But it was horrifying longtime fans of the franchise. Battlefield's launch on all platforms and review websites were marred by a slew of negative player reviews. So why were fans of the franchise so pissed off? Well, for starters, let's consult this very long and incredibly detailed list that contains everything downgraded from the Battlefield franchise and Battlefield 2042, or that was straight removed. No standard server browser or persistent lobbies, meaning that you had to enter matchmaking constantly to get placed into a match. If you managed to get into a match and weren't plagued with a connection error that either disconnected you mid-joining or made sure to kick you out at some point of your rematchmaking process, you would be greeted with the same performance issues and plethora of bugs that were in beta. With the jump to 64 players on each team, performance issues were clearly suffering because of such, with even high-end PCs with fast internet suffering from latency issues, hit registration, and even rubber banding. Some Battlefield vets even suggested joining less populated servers so they would be at least able to play against the AI with less lag and less issues. Not being able to play a game, for starters, is a pretty huge bug. Some would call it game breaking, right? Which is what basically happened when you got stuck in an endless down glitch, where you couldn't resurrect or be resurrected anymore. Whether you got your head stuck in an object, or you just had some random bug where you had to leave the match. But there's more than just that. There's visual bugs, happening randomly, such as flashing lights in the menus and map screens, parachutes just randomly appearing or just being there randomly, gunfire appearing from nowhere, even soldiers just apparating from out of nowhere. If you managed to even play the game, you wielded quite possibly one of the weakest arsenals in Battlefield history. Even with portal guns counted, Battlefield 4 still had more guns at launch. There were only 22 primary guns, 3 sidearms, and 2 launchers in Battlefield 2042, and in total only 4 assault rifles. On top of less variety of your arsenal, many guns also simply felt weaker than in previous iterations. Some time to kills required juggernaut levels of bullets to take a target down, which just makes the game balance feel poor. Battlefield 2042 featured less movement options in combat than before too, such as high wall vaulting, backwards proning, no diving while swimming, or manual leaning. And tracking measures such as just a regular scoreboard, battle log stats, global leaderboards were missing or poorly implemented. The scoring system no longer would award player damage points, squad wipes, vehicle damage points, headshot bonuses, comeback and multi-kill bonuses, and too many to count honestly. And if you were trying to coordinate with your team in the all-out warfare conquest style mode, now featured in the highly hyped 64 versus 64 person gameplay, you had one of the worst squad experiences in a Battlefield game. With no squad management like simply creating a new one or just switching, no commander, and no special call-ins or field upgrades. On top of that, you had no cross-team chat, no ability to change teams, no clans, and no platoons. It was one thing to have some of these things missing because of a design decision, but when many industry and franchise standards are now missing, or just so poorly implemented, the fan base is gonna feel that and notice it, especially when they're already paying full price for a multiplayer-only game. The second mode added to Battlefield 2042 was Hazard Mode, which was effectively a mini escape from Tarkov or Battle Royale with an emphasis on getting out as an example. The problem with Hazard Mode was it just felt half-baked really. It needed more time in the oven. For starters, the guns and such were locked behind the standard game progression, and second off, there were many rumors and ideas that the Hazard Mode portion was originally supposed to be free to play, which would have opened up Battlefield 2042 to a bigger audience and let it compete with Halo Infinite and Valorant, which are free to play mega shooters. When Battle Royale FPS shooter star Shroud decries your game, it's not a good sign. But it was more than just Shroud saying this about Hazard Mode, it was the Battlefield audience at large saying it. Hazard Mode didn't really have a purpose. It was just a non-consequential mode without any real permanence or transference to the other parts of Battlefield 2042. The performance issue plaguing the game's jump to 128 players were still there, leading to more performance issues for even those with powerful PCs. So much so that DICE had to patch the game for November 23rd, 2021, as well as tackle the aforementioned squad and general revive issues, as well as vehicle balancing. Yep, even the vehicles in Battlefield 2042 felt both overtuned and far less of an arsenal than before, which changes wouldn't really fix the latter, but the former is also a huge problem. All of these changes were much needed and came only a few days after the launch of the game. That for some people feels like a positive thing, because hey, at least they're updating the game very quickly, which sadly has to be lauded, especially in a game as a service. But the problem is, such rapid fire updates make me question how much of these issues are just leftover from before, from beta, and they're just finally now getting enough time to fix them. Maybe that's just the pessimist in me, if they didn't launch the game with so many of the same issues, but overall it was a good part 1 patch with the following part to come a few days later. The second part of the update focused more on the gun side of things, including much needed balancing. The third update for Battlefield 2042, in an attempt to patch more of the numerous bugs and gameplay issues, would issue 150 plus bug and gameplay fixes, as well as some more UI improvements, December 1st, 2021. And in order to answer the demand by fans for a faster paced game mode, whether because the 64 versus 64 player stuff just didn't function properly due to performance issues, or that they just simply missed more of the standard modes like Team Deathmatch, Hardcore, and Rush. Rush is exactly what DICE would add in the third update as well, which according to fans was positively well received. More HUD, UI, and matchmaking changes were also featured in the update. These updates again were much needed in the game, but it still felt like not enough, and at the same time it seemed to spotlight the fact that the game was unfinished. Battlefield fans' displeasure was quite apparent, and reflected in the 63% drop in population Battlefield 2042 suffered on Steam. Dropping from 100,000 peak players to 47,367 players, these drops in players were significant, even if you consider that these don't account for all of the Battlefield 2042's population numbers, and the fact that the game still sold millions of copies at this point. December 2nd, though, a day later, former Battlefield franchise head Oscar Gabrielson would announce his leaving of Electronic Arts. EA would now position Respawn Entertainment and Ripple Effects studio head, aka DICE LA, Vince Zampella, in charge, an exec with no previous Battlefield experience, but instead mostly Call of Duty experience. Additionally announced was a Battlefield-connected universe now in development, resulting in collaboration between DICE, Ripple Effect, and a new Seattle-based team led by former Halo creator Marcus Lito. They would urge that the support for Battlefield 2042 would persist as well, but it's hard for that to not seem like an absolute footnote in the announcement, which is understandable with the Portal mode since it was the most positively well-received part of Battlefield 2042, but it could also speak to their desire to pivot off of the project. In relatively bad timing for Battlefield 2042, successful leaker Tom Henderson would release a YouTube video concerning the troubled development of the game, detailing many of the game's issues. For example, EA reportedly had asked DICE to copy what's popular, which is what led to the things like hazard mode being included, as well as the specialist system. Of course, as well as the potential to monetize both of these. But Tom would also show that much of Battlefield's team was gutted before the development even began. 19 senior DICE developers to be exact, and a few original founders even, would leave the company. Reason cited, creative freedom. Respawn Entertainment, who at the time with their massive out-of-nowhere success of Apex Legends, a battle royale, was EA's money-making darling. Respawn detailed that EA wanted to charge full price for their shooter as well, but they had to put their foot down. This, alongside their commitment to doing the game their own way without EA meddling in affairs, was reportedly how they were able to be successful with Apex Legends, and why Tom Henderson believes Battlefield development should have been handled similarly. Now it seemed like Vince and the team at Respawn were looking to do that again with the Battlefield franchise. I really recommend checking out that video from Tom Henderson because it covers most of the pre-launch aspects of Battlefield 2042's development, concerning the timeline and how during each of these events Tom is receiving essentially contradicting developer testimonies anonymously. And that midway through Battlefield 2042's development, it shifted from being a battle royale to a more typical Battlefield experience, with a few interesting twists, such as the world events, storm effects, and the fact that it was 64 versus 64 players. This could explain why these things don't really lead to the evolution of maps, which was missed from previous Battlefield versions, and seems more like a visual effect for marketing than anything. The 3.1 update would hit, showing clearly by even name or number that the updates coming for Battlefield from this point on would be fewer and further in between, or that it was the holidays and the developers were taking a break. Update 3.1 would fix more of the hit registration issues allegedly, as well as more ground vehicle fixes. They also finally, a month after launch, fixed some of the directional sound issues the game was suffering from. EA Global Director of Integrated Comms, holy crap what a long title, Andy McNamara, would come out on Twitter January 5th following the break and lull in updates for Battlefield 2042, annoyed at players expecting more updates and communication over the holidays. Things got so bad that the Battlefield 2042 subreddit even threatened to shut down due to toxicity concerning the game and the recent communications. I kinda question the legality or at least the morality of such a thing, but being toxic in itself doesn't necessarily solve any problems either. But fans were genuinely angry and had legitimate reasons to be. We haven't even fully covered yet for reference. So while taking a break for holidays is perfectly reasonable, when your game by January is already down to 17,448 peak players, 60% down from the previous number, according to Steam, players are going to feel like you don't have enough urgency, especially when they aren't satisfied with the product. If anything, their toxicity shows they still give a shit about the game and playing it, which is needed regardless of how many copies Battlefield 2042 sold, which weren't as impressive as the previous Battlefields anyway. Because the game was a live service game, it couldn't rely on just copies sold anyway. When toxicity and fan letdown subsides and becomes a deafening quiet, the population is going to be at all-time lows. Update 3.2 came January 20th, 10 days later, tackling, you guessed it, more bugs and hit registration issues. Oh, and sprinkle in more infinite downstate and rubber banding issues that I thought were fixed like 2 updates ago, by the way. DICE or Ripple Effect Studios or whoever was in charge at this point was going to need to either go into overdrive and attempt to save the now further faltering game, or do something just as crazy and risky too. Bide their time to release a bunch of significant updates at once, versus the trickle effect. This theoretically could allow them to do bigger content injections, or bug fixes at a grand scale, or more importantly, fix some of the core issues Battlefield 2042 had been suffering from, which they keep saying they're fixing and they're not. Battlefield 2042 didn't just suffer from visual performance, server, and gameplay balancing issues. Nope, it suffered from core game design problems. These issues were the real killer of Battlefield because bug fixes unfortunately weren't going to make the game fun, with these reasons still persisting. The shift to 64 versus 64 players is actually a bigger problem than we might realize due to how the problem it creates compact on the rest of the game. It's not just performance issues that plague the 128-person map, it's straight map design issues. If you're not in a vehicle due to the wide open nature of the maps, Battlefield 2042 felt more like a total running simulator, more than usual. This isn't just because maps are big, it's because the maps are big with a whole lot of nothing in between. Instead, DICE opted to build these giant multiplayer maps like a collection of smaller maps, which literally sounds like the design of COD Warzone, by the way, which doesn't work in a massive multiplayer shooter like Battlefield 2042, because those engagements work in COD and Warzone because of the time to kill and the type of game, featuring mostly small player, tight space engagements. Instead, here you have large swaths of infantry players getting picked off while running to the next piece of cover in the distance with no fun or interesting way to solve this other than hopping in a vehicle. Partly due to the natural sway of a real battlefield, no pun intended, but other parts due to the removed features such as fortifications greatly nerfing infantry gameplay. Let's take this screenshot of the orbital map for example. Just notice how so much of the map sectors are just empty land. This makes the infantry just get shafted really hard, and although that makes logical sense in a military situation, this is a video game, and you can control the parameters by controlling the map design. Battlefield has had traditionally good mixtures of infantry and vehicle gameplay. Let's compare this map to the Caspian border map in Battlefield 4, which has clear choke points and an overall inability to just run around a giant open map without any form of control or contact. I mean, hell, Battlefield 2042 did Caspian border. And as you can see in the screenshot, it just looks terrible with the new map system, losing so much of the detail. In describing one issue, the maps and their design, I found yet another issue. The map itself. That's kind of remarkable. The map and map design issues with Battlefield's worst squad system to date and no communication options, and you have the jump to 64 versus 64 gameplay, feeling completely nameless, lonely, and feeling more like a loss of identity from previous iterations. These are some huge core design mistakes that a few content patches and some bug fixes simply just can't fix, which is why I'm featuring Battlefield 2042 on this series, despite it not being technically dead yet. Even if you can get past all of the litany of issues with Battlefield 2042, the core game just wasn't that fun. Coming as a critical blow to the morale of those few Battlefield players left, or those who already stopped playing but were looking for a reason to come back, Battlefield 2042's Season 1 update would be delayed to summer, announced February 1st, 2021. DICE would announce that the season delay would be due to needing to focus on improving the Battlefield experience, and promising upon the return in the summer to bring voice communication, player profiles for stats, a tighter squad loop, whatever the fuck that is, and a refined ping system, gunplay improvements, and some expanded tool modes and tweaks to the Battlefield portal. If you just skim the Reddit thread, you can tell the Battlefield fanbase was just fed up. It wasn't just Battlefield 2042 causing this damage. As you can even read in the comments, it came from DICE's failure with Battlefield 5 actually. That set the fanbase up for even more disappointment. With Battlefield 5 also as a live service Battlefield, they abandoned support when the game just didn't work out for them anymore to go work on Battlefield 2042. The problem with games as a service, and boy there are many, like nickel and diming your customers with a full price game, skins and season passes for new content, is that once your population falters past a point, it's incredibly difficult to bring players back because you can't by design support a live service game meant to constantly make more money with no customers. Players left. The saddest thing about this is that even though Battlefield 5 has no updates coming to it and has issues of its own, as I'm writing this sometime in April of 2022, Battlefield 5 has 6 times Battlefield 2042's population according to Steam charts. In fact, Battlefield 2042's population stats are more comparable to Battlefield 4. Yes, the standalone version on Steam that was still pulling 3,400 peak players. As of February 2022, Battlefield 2042 had 5,610 peak players. Meanwhile, players amassed 200,000 signatures concerning Battlefield 2042 and wanting a refund. That's a considerable amount of angry Battlefield fans. It was as the Washington Post put it though, EA and DICE paying for their incredibly large mistake of pushing the game to a launch date when it just clearly was not ready for such, when they've already done that so many times, seemingly just exhausting the goodwill of the Battlefield fans. And not only ruined the game's first impressions on the big stage, it soured fans with how it was handled, further tarnishing the franchise's reputation. DICE and EA wasn't just going to have to worry about fans not wanting to play the current Battlefield game, like the COD franchise can suffer from time to time. It was going to have to worry about getting an audience, period. By March, the population on Steam had plummeted to 3,241 players peak and 1,900 players average, which had now become lower than Battlefield 4 standalone, a 9-year-old game. You know it's bad when your game has sold millions and can't even beat a Battlefield 2 versions behind. I mean that in more ways than just the population numbers too. Battlefield 2042 is supposed to be an upgrade to previous games, at least in some sort of way, right? Graphics, gameplay, doing things bigger and better, etc. But graphics, something that I haven't discussed yet, were actually lacking in Battlefield 2042 as well. Not only did the art style itself feel quite dull and plasticky, especially when compared to Battlefield 2142, which manages to look more, I think, futuristic and cool. Part of it feels like with Battlefield 2042, DICE was just like, okay, let's do a modern shooter, but let's make it kind of gray and silver and metallic colored because it's slightly in the future, as if that would somehow convey the message or the theme. Instead, you have a fairly lifeless graphical expression in Battlefield 2042, where with things like gun model detail gets its ass kicked by Battlefield 5. Hell, even Battlefield 4 manages to come away looking and sounding superior in some ways to Battlefield 2042, with a far more crisp sound design and better destructible environments. While we're comparing old Battlefields, let's compare even Battlefield 1. You can still see, without even looking terribly closely, more detailed textures and more comprehensive destructible environments. There's a real reason for this. It's not something that you can just hand-wave as being a fanboy or personal preference. As described in the video, a presentation at GDC concerning DICE and the art of something called photogrammetry. Photogrammetry in layman's terms is the idea of taking photos of an object and stitching them together to create 3D objects. Photogrammetry, when used in a video game, is more complex, but it allows for essentially 3D modeling of objects at record speeds since you don't need the same amount of labor to do such. The downside of using photogrammetry is it costs more upfront due to the hardware needed, and as far as I understand it, that's just the main downside. DICE didn't elect to use photogrammetry in Battlefield 2042, and the difference is both seen and felt. Battlefield 2042 is already aging worse than the previous iterations of the game, which is also why it started to get eclipsed by them and population probably. With no major updates promised until the summer, Battlefield 2042 would instead open up communication lines with the player base concerning the larger issues the game would suffer from. The news release from DICE discusses some of the issues in the game at a core level, such as time and difficulty traversing the map, and the intensity of combat gameplay in some of the zones. The update or discussion is quite positive, with DICE admitting that they needed to solve some of the sightlines and lack of cover issues on maps. they would also outline some of these specific examples on the Kaleidoscope map, such as the left tower near the skate park being quite abandoned due to it being so hard to navigate terrain on foot. It's simply too easy to just get picked off. DICE was targeting Season 1 to update these changes into the map, so players at the very least would be forced to wait another few months before even just one map got some of these much needed changes. DICE was transparent about that though, which I'm actually quite happy about, because being honest and realistic in this scenario is far more helpful than not. But them also admitting that it would take them at best half a year to get the game in a functioning state is just sad. That makes the game feel like it was an entire year launched early, which it unfortunately plays like. Tom Henderson would return with yet more tea to spill on Battlefield 2042 March 23, 2021. This time concerning the future of the game, and news about another Battlefield game already entering pre-production phase. It was like Battlefield 5 all over again. Apparently DICE had learned from the failures of Battlefield 2042, a game they dubbed internally a miss, and would potentially implement changes promised. Or just repeat the process again with a new project, right? Maybe. The Battlefield fanbase was calling Battlefield 2042 a nail in the coffin for the franchise, so things weren't looking good. The next big update is supposed to come sometime in April of 2022, and would feature hundreds of changes mostly targeting more bug fixes, vehicle balancing, and the aforementioned scoreboard and voice chat. For any game to not have these features would be bad, especially in 2022, the age of modern shooters, but for Battlefield to not have it, which has had these things before, there just wasn't an excuse. And fans were just fed up with it. We've managed to make it to the end of our timeline and catch everything up to the current time of things in April of 2022. Battlefield is still awaiting the supposed update coming, but I have little faith it will do much in the big scheme of things. With Season 1 delayed and the population at an all-time low, there's very little chance that even if Season 1 does go off, it will be successful enough to revitalize the title in the way it truly needs. Or at least I have very little faith it will get to that point. Still, Battlefield 5 did eventually become a playable game, but it had one expansion in the same time that Battlefield 2042 has had 0, and Battlefield 4 in that same time had 12. Oh man. So maybe I will be proven wrong and have to eat crow in the coming months. Feel free to remind me if so. But I think I've obtained enough evidence and clues at this point to put the case to bed, even if the victim is still living, but in critical condition. That means that everyone's favorite part of the video, including mine, is up next. The final deduction. Hit the music, Tom. Utterly incomplete, lacking polish, and rushed for a AAA Battlefield project. Lacking core Battlefield features and staples. The Battlefield gameplay experience is truly lacking. The game suffers from difficult to fix core gameplay issues, such as map cover and infantry movement and gameplay. There have been 0 content updates for Battlefield 2042 thus far. The specialist system killed the beloved class system, violated and took advantage of the goodwill of the fanbase. The game suffers from immense technical issues, such as buggy gameplay, rubber banding, and general server lag. Battlefield 2042 was a chore to play, and frankly a chore to cover. Well, it's nothing against Battlefield fans or my detectives who enjoy my videos, of course. It's just I have a sour taste in my mouth after this video, probably like many of you do. Battlefield 5 was already a mark on DICE and EA's record, even if it was eventually hobbled to a playable and enjoyable experience. But Battlefield 2042, in comparison, just felt like a straight insult, because it was even worse than Battlefield 5's situation, on top of also just being deja vu. With yet another unannounced Battlefield project, you would think we would feel optimistic or at least grateful. I mean, shit, imagine being an F-Zero fan. But unless that game is really promised to be made by Ripple FX Studios and EA or DICE aren't going to micromanage, which would require pulling a Respawn Entertainment, not many Battlefield fans will be optimistic. And how many will be even willing to buy from the franchise anymore? It feels like DICE and EA need to go back to the drawing board with Battlefield as a whole franchise and try and remember what captured people's hearts and trigger fingers for so many years. Some might say it's too little too late. And maybe for some Battlefield fans it is. But I really think if the Battlefield franchise is humble and takes a Japanese developer approach in obtaining feedback and re-steering the franchise back on track, it might have a chance. They have to start with admitting that they screwed up though. And yeah, good luck with that. I'm not holding my breath at this point. I'm kind of running out of it as I'm doing this incredibly long video that I hope you guys enjoyed, by the way. And if Battlefield doesn't do well enough as a franchise from this point on though, it's not crazy to think that EA could be yet another reaper of a legendary franchise. I mean, they already claimed the Medal of Honor series, which many of the same devs involved in Battlefield also worked on. I hope that fate isn't shared with Battlefield, as it would make yet another favorite series of mine to face the Reaper. Thanks for watching, detectives.
Let this city bear witness to your power.
Super Smash Bros. Is the de facto most popular and most impactful platform fighter, a spin-off fighter genre, we have ever seen. And it's been that way for 20 plus years over multiple titles. While many competitors would enter the ring, including some boasting likes of Nickelodeon, Sony, and even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle franchise, but none would leave unscathed, with Super Smash Bros. Having knocked out all of their competition, or more accurately, knocked them off the stage. Multiverses was supposed to be different.
What's my location?
Sure, another big player, this time supported by Warner Brothers, entering the scene and boasting all kinds of major IPs and well-known characters, but this time focusing on mechanics and aspects other previous platform fighters hadn't, like rollback netcode, cross-platform play, and a focus on 2 vs 2, the lesser played and known platform fighter mode. A year after its announcement, Multiverses would be playable in a paid beta in the summer of 2022 before going free-to-play in open beta. However, in under a year's time, Multiverses would be brought down altogether with the promise of a future relaunch, which would come a year and a half or so later, May 2024, on multiple platforms. Despite featuring some of the most popular characters in media history, like Joker, Tom and Jerry, Superman, Wonder Woman, Bugs Bunny, Morty, Finn the Human, Batman, and even LeBron James himself, and many more characters.
Time for the main event. Let's get
Multiverses upon its relaunch, though, would fare much worse, with its audience who would seem to prefer the first approach more. Although the Steam numbers for Multiverses had been dropping quite rapidly, going from a whopping 153,000 players to 1,800 peak, it was still quite surprising for a title with crossplay enabled to announce its shutdown January 2025, a mere half year after its relaunch. Yeah, you heard that right. Multiverses wouldn't even last a year upon re-entering the gaming sphere, and it was already on its way out, despite many pleas against this. This would amount to upwards of a whopping $100+ million loss for Warner Brothers, most of which coming from Multiverses. What went wrong with Multiverses? A game that had no shortage of reach and connections with such a popular cast of characters and a well-known publisher. What are some of the largest contributing factors to the death of Multiverses? Literally. We will find out this and more on this episode of Death of a Game, where we cover a fresh case, or corpse, and try to break it down for you guys through the use of a timeline of events and various clues, what the largest contributing factors to the failure of the game was. Pay attention along the way as the evidence unfolds before you, and you might obtain just enough to crack the case yourself on your own. Or we can do it together during the final deduction, every detective's favorite moment in the sun, where we crack the case as a team of detectives for good. And so, what character will you pick for this free-to-play platform fighter, soon to be sunsetted? I'm personally picking LeBron, so I can dunk vertically challenged nerds off of platforms. What about you? The story begins with the rumored development for a new platform fighter, sometime in 2019. Before we dive into things, it should be mentioned, as I was talking about briefly in the intro, that the platform fighter space had been really difficult for new games to break into, let alone other games besides Smash at all. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale would fail with the likes of Kratos, Jax, Sly Cooper, and Nathan Drake. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl had SpongeBob, Patrick, Reptar, and Danny Phantom. And the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Smash-Up had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Squad. All of these were rated rather middling or poorly, and failed to sell significant copies. Hell, even Smash with their Wii U version flopped relatively, compared to their other games selling nearly the same as their original Smash on the N64. The point being, and it has to be acknowledged, either as a fan or a developer wanting to make a platform fighter game, that you're going to have to compete directly with Smash, or differentiate yourself enough, aka innovate, so you're not given the death of comparison. Fighting off of the strength of just having big IPs and characters wasn't going to be enough for a fighting game, pun intended. So with the stage set, we have the founding of the company behind the very platform fighter we will be covering today. Player First Games was founded in 2019 and was helmed by Tony Hune, a former combat designer on God of War 3, both as the CEO and game director for what would be known as Multiverses. seemingly a play on words for multiplayer and versus, and the concept of the multiverse, which was very hip for the time, which kind of seems like a red flag, but I think it's just more of a silly name. Through my analysis though of the development team formed at Player First Games, or PFG, they seem to be quite top-heavy, with their best talent generally being in leadership positions, which was good, except for the design side of things, which seemed to be helmed by former tech bros more than gamer bros, with prior work histories at software tech companies and financial companies. While it might seem rude or insensitive of me to evaluate a team based on their history or track record, this isn't a studio working on a small project. This is a studio who managed to secure Warner Brothers Games as a publisher and the multiple IPs involved in multiverses, though through a studio that was reportedly quite small. I think Player First Games having more experienced developers and probably just more in general would have helped the project some, especially if more of the staff were specifically fans of fighting games or specifically platform fighter games, which is actually pretty rare. When you don't have the talent though, you have to grow and teach your own. In cases like that, it's almost better to take a platform nerd who also develops video games than some hotshot video game dev who has a big history of working on games. Just boasting devs with long careers in gaming isn't really that relevant. It's like pretending a programmer can learn all modalities equally at the highest level. Not all experiences are really going to be helpful for making a party or competitive fighter game. Not only was Multiverses going to compete with Smash, whether they wanted to or not, it was trying to appease a pretty die-hard critical crowd of fighting gamers. If they didn't come correct, as they say, people would find the cracks almost immediately. And worse, Smash is loved by casual and hardcore fans, and if Multiverses misunderstood this, how and why, they would fall victim to the same failures that other platform fighters did. Before Multiverses was publicly playable, it would be leaked by a Smash god Hungrybox near the end of October 2021. But HBox wasn't the only one to leak it, with the design docs for the game being reportedly leaked as well, and details being dropped such as the stages and the game controls. Perhaps this was a deliberate leak meant to stoke some excitement or versus a free-to-play platform fighter November 18th, 2021. Multiverses would feature 1v1, 2v2, and 4-player free-for-all modes, featuring stages from different character themes. Characters were even announced alongside their voice actors, the biggest being Batman voiced by Kevin Conroy, Shaggy by Matthew Lillard, John DiMaggio playing Jake the Dog, and Arya Stark voiced by Macy Williams. These characters would have unique movesets meant to mimic their personalities and flares as characters. The other big details revealed were that the fact that for the first time for a major platform fighter, Multiverses would launch with cross-play and cross-progression, and the fact that the game would be free-to-play, and thus supported by in-game purchases with more details revealed later about what that would be. Multiverses would enter its closed alpha quietly mid-May 2022, only to a select few. Shortly after, in a bit of a bizarre turn of events, in my opinion, Multiverses would start selling founder packs to get access to the beta that would then follow the alpha, ranging from $35 to $90 USD. This was strange to me, or at least a bit confusing, because founder packs are usually for companies that are small and trying to accrue funding, and PFG seemed like they already had that squared away, right? I mean, their offices are in LA, the average pay for a developer in this area is easily over half of 6 figures, and closer to 6 figures, but PFG is actually a pretty small company themselves, which made founders packs actually kind of make sense, but did them handling MVS make sense? Founders Packs feels a little bit grassroots, and you would think that the developers handling something like Multiverses wouldn't really be grassroots. This probably contributed to why the open beta would feel like a launch for some players. But to be fair, these founder packs would offer you the ability to purchase characters with the tokens that you would receive. But what if it's too easy to get the characters whenever the game would come out? Well, then your value wouldn't really be worth it, right? And would just a year or less be enough to build a hype cycle for a brand new platform fighter, even if it has existing IPs? I mean, for reference, that's the same timeline that Smash Ultimate had, but it had 20 plus years of background and 4 to 5 different games. But PFG was already bragging about having rollback netcode as famous in the top fighter games, something that even Smash didn't have, and a focus on 2v2, which was unique for the time, and even compared to the Smash franchise. Open Beta would drop July 26th, 2022 on Steam, and it's at this time that we can start tracking the population for the game, on PC at least. Two things. First, the population was really impressive, peaking at 154,000 players and reaching an equally impressive 66,000 concurrent. This is one of the larger fighting game audiences that we have ever seen on Steam, let alone for a platform fighter. Second thing being, well, Player First Games was playing a bit of a shady angle, or maybe unknowingly. They were dubbing this a launch of an open beta, yet most of the fans and press coverage were treating it like an actual launch, having reviews and impressions, and the game was also selling microtransactions. So by all intents and purposes, this was already being treated like a launch. The open beta thing feels like a bit of a way to avoid criticism, but what if it really was an open beta to PFG, and they just didn't really communicate that very well? Because the open beta, July 26, 2022, was treated like a launch by the media, and this is reflected in the fact that the majority of the game critical reviews come from this time, and this is reflected on aggregate review website Metacritic, with a 75 out of 100 from 20 different critics. Rock Paper Shotgun was positive in their impressions of Multiverses, calling it a Super Smash-like and a decent one at that, though unpolished by comparison to Smash itself. Remember the death of comparison? It's going to be a recurring character at this point in the series, and it already is, let's be honest, and it is inescapable in certain genres. And in platform fighters, Smash is that boogeyman. And Smash Ultimate wasn't just polished, it had like 100 plus stages, a full single player, and a bunch of other ways to play the game. And remember when I said it doesn't take us nerds long to break games, especially MMO or fighting game nerds? This is like a different breed of nerd, let's be honest. Players would find out pretty quickly that MVS was different from other fighting games in a crucial and negative way. The priority system in the game, or lack thereof, was a serious problem. This would be made apparent as early as the open beta, and it made the game more spammy, harder to understand what was going on, and a worse fighting game by conclusion. The lack of polish would also take form in other ways, such as a lack of continuity and a feel with the characters. Let's take Shaggy as an example. He's described by the team of PFG themselves as a base balance character in MVS. His moveset is a combination of random moves, though, from popular characters in Smash, like Captain Falcon, Cloud, and even Mario's uppercut. It's quite random, and I don't really get why. None of the moves really feel Scooby-Doo, and trust me, I was obsessed with Scooby-Doo as a kid, including even the sandwich move, which is what everyone's going to use as an example. I mean, I don't see how throwing a sandwich feels very Shaggy-like. What part of the series did Shaggy start throwing his food? Wouldn't it make more sense for him to eat it to power up, which he then does Super Saiyan style anyway for some reason? I mean, I guess just memes. And you know what? I'll say it. Even if I have to be that guy, you know. Where is Scooby? Why wouldn't Shaggy be like the perfect character for a double character, even if Scooby's just used for like specials or taunts? The character design in Multiverses isn't bad, but it feels quite milquetoast. I mean, the animations are pretty cool, and the graphics are actually pretty good, but it's almost like in the other aspects they were scared to fully commit to delivering the character with their personality in a platform fighter environment. Take Kirby in Smash. He plays exactly like he does in his own games, just in a platform fighter sense now. There's no confusion about what Kirby's moveset's gonna be. You know he's gonna eat people and eat things, and everything feels intuitive by comparison, because all of his abilities are when he eats things in the video game. Nintendo set this near impossible standard with Smash, and MVS not differentiating enough would make that a lot more obvious. GameSpot was way more positive than most critics, giving MVS an 8 out of 10 and calling it a Super Smash hit. The only issues GameSpot would cite would be the need for a premium currency to skip the grind needed to obtain character as normal and free-to-play games, and the occasional online issues due to the connection. GameSpot really enjoyed how much MVS, name relevant and all, focused on 2v2 and thus team play. Most platform fighters didn't, especially competitively. Reasons largely being the difficulty of the balance and how the games aren't balanced for 2v2, they're balanced for 1v1, and not really balanced for the other party modes. 2v2 is also really hard to watch, by the way. Season 1 would start in the fall of 2022 and would add new characters like Rick, Morty, Black Adam, and even Stripe. And it would also add new modes like Classic Arcade and Ranked. Classic Arcade was kind of like a poor man's single player for MVS, which would allow you to fight against different CPUs across different challenges. If your alarm bells are going off, that's because, well, Smash had a single player, and it's honestly pretty good, especially Smash Ultimate, which has a very story-focused single player compared to the other Smash games. But Smash single player offers varied challenges, whether in completion with all of the characters, the speed of the completion, not losing a life, so on and so forth. You can even unlock characters in the single player. MVS not having a single player and not leveraging any of the powerful IPs that they had in that sense, while I struggle to call it a mistake because it's a design decision, I think it puts a bit more pressure on the multiplayer to function above average since it lacks replayability and content by comparison. But it should be stated that Smash was a Nintendo game and a Nintendo platform game. MVS was reaching an all-new PC audience, which kind of seemed like a good thing, right? But it wasn't the same audience that Smash Ultimate created, right? Or the Smash series did. Many PC players didn't even play fighting games and didn't have the LAN mindset common in fighting games. These players were going to be in for a rude awakening of skill differential and the competitive focus of a fighting game. I liken fighting games more to like martial arts, which are not very popular for most people, because you basically have to repeatedly get smashed until you get better. This meant that over time they were always going to burn through their impressive population numbers. The question would be how fast and to what degree they could slow that burn. By Season 1, the peak population already dropped to 41,000 concurrent and 20k, which was 20k less than it started with. By 2 more months, you would have a new season, as common with live service games, which Multiverses was. The content would be divided, scraps and all, into these different seasons every couple of months, usually accompanied with new ways to make money. Now, a new character is worthy of an update, but I think Season 2 already was looking pretty light and had all the trappings of being a common live service update, a fluff update, complete with a battle pass and all. And sure, it works, sort of, when people are bought into your game, but MVS was treading uncharted waters. We hadn't seen a live service platform fighter, and not even a platform fighter that didn't release with all the characters, not on PC. I mean, some of the characters were even locked behind the battle pass, which made things worse. This meant that you had to eventually either grind all of them or purchase the characters in MVS, meaning that you couldn't even properly learn certain matchups or characters until you played enough or spent enough money. While this is normal for free-to-play games, it's not for a fighting game that's very competitive and matchup dependent. It makes some people feel like certain characters are going to be a lot more powerful than they probably actually are, which just further leads to frustration and bad experiences. The population was falling off a cliff though, from Multiverses at only 4,538 players now concurrent. This was 10 times less than just a few months before, and it wasn't content or monetization related entirely, but more so related to the fact that the game was lacking some of the bells and whistles of its competition, and thus the longevity of it, and having severe netcode issues. Netcode issues, the one thing you don't want to hear when you're playing a fighting game. You can make or break a fighting game, especially one built on an online scene, since it was a new game without a LAN scene kind of built in. The netcode was so bad that players were reporting freezing, desync, and inconsistent matches. While the rollback netcode was highly advertised, it wasn't ready yet, and was likely contributing to worse outcomes, at least ones that weren't necessarily great. On top of the lack of priority system in the game, and one more thing that we haven't mentioned, and one more major issue we haven't mentioned, the hitboxes. The hitboxes were also very problematic, leading to attacks that would seem like they would land and then they wouldn't land, and vice versa. Worse, combine this with the priority system and suddenly you have people spamming low-risk fast attacks with hitboxes that weren't even entirely clear. Imagine the frustration as a new player being killed by things you both don't understand and are inconsistent. Things would get so bad for MVS already that even outlets were reporting their drop of players now down to a mere 1,300 players concurrent. And 1 month later, coming as a complete shock to just about everyone on the internet, including myself, even those not actively playing the game, like myself as well, PFG would announce that they would be ending the open beta, which would come as a shock to people because they thought it was a full release. PFG would be bringing down MVS and planning for a relaunch the next year. This was after months of rather bare-bone updates, including the most requested game-hurting ones. The fan reaction was understandably wild. Fans were shocked at how fast the game was brought down and how they were forced to wait for the game to come back, if it did, a year later. This was after already being bought into the game, whether financially or time-wise. It was even stranger because the game was already releasing seasons and new forms of monetization. It was a puzzling scenario, but my steel man, aka the best way I can look at this argument for PFG, is that perhaps they realized how crucial the issues were at hand and felt that there was no other choice or option. But then that begs the question, if they knew that, how did they miss it before going into open beta in the first place, especially after they had an alpha? It's not a good look when players are finding crucial issues with animations, hitboxes, and netcode before you do, because the consequence is people leaving your game and never coming back. But PFG would commit to fixing these issues and would come out with the developer series of videos with new information concerning what the biggest changes planned for the relaunch of MVS was, like the combat and netcode refactoring. With these two major changes, all else be damned, MVS would have a good shot at plugging some of their other holes. I just wonder what Ganon's up to, and doing better than they did before at maintaining the players. There were more issues than just these to fix, however, making MVS's road to recovery a rocky one.
We rebuilt the game from the ground up to support our new netcode, to provide consistent, world-class online play. So every hit, dodge, and battering will be delivered with pinpoint accuracy. There'll be consistent game performance no matter what platform you're playing on. There'll be new attacks and combat mechanics for each character, putting more skill expression in your hands.
Right before the relaunch of MVS, and PFG would show off some of their new casual modes, mimicking some of the famous modes present in the Smash Bros. Series, like Break the Targets. That means, though, that they launched technically incomplete, right? Some, like the Rolling Stones, were even just asking outright bluntly, which I appreciate, who is MVS even for? With characters ranging from Bugs Bunny to Jason Voorhees, the target audience was all over the place. I mean, what kind of parent would want their kid to play a murderous villain? Voorhees isn't Ganon. He doesn't theoretically rule the world and use magic and stuff. He just murders people. Brutally. It made no sense. And beside Voorhees, we had Arya, another famous murderer turned assassin. Smash Ultimate sold 35 million plus copies, and thus the market for platform fighters was there and massive. But how many of those players were interested in a character like Arya Stark and a cartoony platform fighter? MVS felt like they were just bringing in anyone with name recognition at this point. Meanwhile, at least LeBron was in Space Jam too, right? If they wanted to be the Warner Brothers 2v2 variant of Smash, why were they adding in things like perks, which would change how your character would play per match? How were they going to compete as a worse fighting game, focusing on 2v2 or not? Because even when you watch the old gameplay for MVS in 2v2, I think it's entertaining, yeah, sure, but you can see all of the mechanical issues in the game. The game's also hard to understand and it looks jank as all hell. So Rolling Stones was right. Who was MVS for? A platform fighter audience that was willing to accept jank? Willing to grind characters in a fighting game? And willing to just not play Smash? MVS would relaunch, concerns or not, May 28th, 2024, and numbers would skyrocket back up to 114,000 players, showing the strength of the idea, another platform fighter, and the IPs being used. The early reception, according to IGN, wasn't very positive, however, with fans complaining that it felt like the new game had taken away more features than it added. MVS was being compared to Marvel Rivals, which just launched and shocked the world with a diverse set of Marvel characters, a built-in tourney system, and launching with the competitive mode. The offline roster, meanwhile, in MVS had just been removed from the game, meaning that now you had to purchase or grind for characters to even play them offline. more changes were reported that weren't liked, like the loss of the leaderboard or battle report system, and even removing input and game setting options. Worse, the cheapest cost for the character had been doubled, and characters now would cost $15 to $20 of real-life money per character. And the cheapest bundle bought for $5 doesn't even give you enough to buy a skin, meaning you have to spend $10 for a $5 value at most. The cheapest way to buy the game with all the characters would be $155, with only 5 being included for free at launch and over 30 in total existing. The monetization now was even worse than before, without any added value by comparison. That's likely why within a month, the concurrent player base would drop to half of its initial numbers, because besides just the horrible monetization and progression that was rug pulled into the game, Overwatch 2 style, was the fact that the new gameplay changes weren't being enjoyed. And where to start? They changed a lot of things about MBS, some good, mostly bad. Let's start with the netcode. The netcode, as I keep calling it, so let's just run with it, was highly touted in MBS and bragged about from basically the get-go. And yet it turns out that despite bragging about rollback netcode, MBS wouldn't even really feature it. Instead, they featured something resembling a server-based netcode. This is because most fighting games are peer-to-play, while MBS was based on a server architecture. The rollback netcode was, as some other nerds would put better than me, more like a predictive system affected by latency than actual rollback netcode. So basically there's more guesswork going on, and in my understanding, making for a worse experience. And it feels like a bit of false advertisement. On top of the netcode issues not really being fixed, there were more issues than before, with a slower based combat system now being implemented and replacing the old one, and complaints of the game feeling overly competitive now and yet still unbalanced. Character models were increased in size, which would make the game play very differently. And my guess is that it makes the game easier to watch and the skins are easier to see, but it doesn't really fix the underlying issues that we have been talking about. It's just a band-aid fix for those, and if anything, it makes them look worse by making the game look more lethargic in the process. Quietly after the relaunch, publisher Warner Bros. Games would acquire Multiverse's developer Player First Games June 22nd, 2024. This is quite common in gaming, even for indie studios when they launch a major game, even if there isn't that much success. That's because canning a company can still be used as a tax write-off, and it makes things a little less messier in a sense. PFG also had likely accepted this acquisition and proposition because they had little choice otherwise, with no other projects on the stove and MBS and WBG being their breadwinners. It's at this point that the peak numbers players-wise would drop to 13,000 players. By the fall of 2024, MBS would introduce new characters such as the Powerpuff Girls and Nubia, as well as new stages meant to highlight these two, but the population would just only continue to shrink. To make matters worse, more competition would come out for MVS, and this time in the form of Rivals of Aether 2. The sequel to the first would launch October 2024, and while it wasn't a smash hit, pun intended, it very likely took some of the core players and wind of the sales of MVS, with the populations for the game being rather similar. The only thing being is, well, and this is why I even bring it up in the first place, Rivals was an indie game, self-published, with probably a max few million in their budget. Meanwhile, by comparison, after a report would come out, according to Warner Brothers, the parent company of Warner Brothers Games, nearing the end of 2024, they would report $100 million plus loss for Warner Brothers Games regarding multiverses, which they would admit would underperform and be the largest contributing factor to this loss. While that doesn't mean that that is the budget size, $100 million, looking at you Concord peeps, but it at least means that it's somewhere in that range, right? A couple dozen million spent, which means having a similar player base to a small indie game is a massive failure. And this is kind of sad, because the truth is, Player First Games is an indie studio. I know, it feels like I'm letting the cat out of the bag even though I've already said this. They just managed to secure a big, super important contract with a big-time publisher. I mean, I've been told by sources that their development team was like 24 developers. And look, detectives, I won't mince words. While I love rooting for the underdog stories, the Minecrafts, the EVE Onlines, this wasn't just an underdog. They were well in over their head. If you scroll through their Moby credit page, you can see what I'm talking about. The actual studio is smaller than the art team is, and the actual studio in entirety is smaller than the rest of the team that was working on the game, including the other studios that worked on the game. This wasn't a David versus Goliath here, it was more like a few Goliaths versus David, and they all played on the same team. Thinking that you could compete with a Super Smash Bros. Franchise, a 40 million plus copies sold series with multiple game entries over the course of 2 decades, isn't just overly ambitious, it's delusional. It's taking on a challenge that you nearly never could have bested. And while we're at it, ever wonder why you hear people talk about the Japanese scene regarding fighting games? No, not just the players, who are very skilled and talented globally, but the vast majority of online fighting games, and fighting games in general, come from Japan. Like 98% of them, and even come from like the same groups of people. This means that the fighting game community has always been a bit tight-chipped regarding talent. You not only have to be a good developer, you have to understand complex, difficult video games that are also played and designed for casual players. MVS didn't have access to any of those developers, and were trying to compete with all of the best fighting game devs in the world with way more money and support. Dare I say, MVS was kind of always doomed. This was clear to those observing or playing the game now especially, with the peak player count as low as 2,600 players. You have to feel for PFG, at least a little bit. I mean, imagine how overwhelmed they would feel, but that's the business of competition. 4 seasons later, custom lobbies would be finally added to the game, alongside a new arena mode which was basically like a roguelite mode. This wasn't just a standard live service seasonal update. PFG would actually bring out the big gun. They would promise speeding the game up in the form of an introduction of a short hop, which is the ability to jump with a short hop without having to perfect your long hop at the very bottom part of the jump, faster run speeds, and faster falls. The hit and hurt boxes were also reportedly being reworked, and new characters no longer were being stuck behind the battle pass, and there was an introduction of a $50 character pass, which would allow you to get all of the characters. But then something just kind of like, I can't shake it from my mind. It keeps awakening. These all felt like pre-launch changes. There, I said it. Yeah, wanted, needed even, but why couldn't these have changed the first time the game relaunched? You can get all of the feedback in the world, but it's genuinely difficult to parse through feedback for a competitive video game, let alone like a YouTube channel like mine. And that's because criticism, especially for video games, isn't very good, and a lot of it is self-serving. But that's your job as a developer, in my case, a content creator. There's no sympathy. We have to be able to sift through that stuff to find the good stuff, right? Even if it sucks, there's a lot of the other stuff. The $50 bundle thing's also frustrating for me because it screams a lack of market research, when they could have seen MOBAs like Smite, who had already been using it for like a decade plus. I think MVS launching with this could have really helped the perception of the game feeling kind of like pay to win or overly free to play, and it wouldn't have likely made them have to go so hard on progression and microtransactions. But launching without fixed hit boxes and hurt boxes, it's hard to come back from that, especially when there's so much money on the line. One final thing I want to cover about multiverses, and frankly speaking, other platform fighters, is that sometimes there's a misunderstanding of what makes Smash so special. Smash was never made for competition, and arguably, the most recent one, Smash Ultimate, is the most made for competition. But how did they go about doing that? Well, let's start with how Smash accidentally became a competitive hit. That's because Smash would have mechanics that would become famous and synonymous with almost all platform fighters that were largely created and propagated by accident. Wave dashing, animation canceling, DI, and more. This would especially be prevalent in games like Smash Melee. Smash Ultimate would take inspiration from this, but instead of just making the game as fast as Melee was, or as fast as it was with the glitches, they would build it for a casual audience first, and yet add plenty of the same competitive aspects people loved about the franchise, all the while making it more approachable, with one-button presses and more casual characters, which MVS would kind of start adding later on. That means that the game was basically made for 2 audiences. Even Melee, the most competitive Smash, was a hit casual game. I even played it at lockdowns at like clubhouses, boys and girls clubs and shit. Multiverses needed to appeal to casual players first and foremost. That's the magic of Smash after all, and crossover audiences. Difficult or not, Smash is relatively casual as a competitive fighting game too, lacking many of the higher level concepts present in other fighting games, making it more approachable. MVS felt like it was trying too hard to be a competitive game, despite having a cast of goofy characters and looking like it was a lot more casual than it was. I mean, you could barely even change the settings in lobby, and it had like a quarter of the maps of Ultimate. While MVS would add changes to combat later on, making good first impressions is super important with multiplayer games that take a long time to sink into them to get good at them, like fighting games. If players feel they don't have a chance, and the game isn't fun outside of competition, they're not gonna come back. Burning through their budget and out of lives, knocked off the platform too many times, detectives PFG would announce that they would be shutting down multiverses later in the year. The reasons cited were essentially a lack of success, which was apparent to all at this point sadly. Multiverses is being brought down again, later in May of 2025, for good this time. But wait, that wasn't the end of the story. Following the major Season 4 changes, the fanbase would start crying out in outrage as they would express enjoying the game more than ever before, or at least more than they did in the previous relaunch. This was picked up by multiple media outlets, but sadly is not really reflected in the player count of the game. That doesn't mean that the reports aren't true, but it means that players are just moving on. I mean, maybe they could bring the game back in some sort of fashion, but PFG was just acquired, and the chances of MBS living past its shutdown date, especially with all of those licensing deals and stuff, is pretty close to zero. Still, it was quite sad. While Smash is a top game, and competition is good, as it makes even Smash a better game, seeing MVS, arguably Smash's biggest competitor yet, reaching its best state when nobody was around to play, see it, or enjoy it, was a little tragic. You hear the music? That means that the timeline has terminated and we have gathered more than enough clues to complete this case for good. With Multiverses targeted for a shutdown in a few months, as of the launch of this video, its fate is all but sealed. In case you missed any of the clues along the way, well, detectives, why did Multiverses die? It was improperly sold and marketed. It had a lack of core features like the single player. It had poor netcode, hit, and hurt boxes. It was a free-to-play game with expensive micros and lengthy progression. It had a failed relaunch where they changed the entirety of the game. I mean, players called the relaunch akin to a mobile game. It had a lack of players, simply speaking. PFG was just out of their league, you know? Like that Franz Ferdinand song. Out of my league. Anyway, brawling with Bugs Bunny, LeBron, the Powerpuff Girls, Batman, and all on the same screen is certainly a sight to behold and a wild experience, both to play and even just imagine, right? And I don't think that any of us would have predicted this or these crossovers in a platform fighter. There really is something fun about multiverses, somewhere deep in there, and perhaps that essence could have been refined more into something that lasted longer than just a few months. Whether that meant being better at what they tried to do, or being more broadly accessible as a game, as I kind of mentioned. But it feels like despite what the game shows in the exterior, big names and a big name publisher, Multiverses was a bit of an underdog from the start, then a true competitor to Smash, which feels crazy to say given the stakes that were at play. But I think that it gives a real feeling that crossover games won't ever stop, and still have an incredibly high chance of not doing well in spite of that. Look at the contrast of Multiverses and Marvel Rivals. Both starting with both boasting big IPs and well-known characters. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals has become the team shooter of the world, and Multiverses is fading away. While these might seem worlds apart, or multiverses apart, by comparison, Marvel Rivals focused a lot more on casual play, and just saying, you know. Detectives, if you played Multiverses and you think that there are more reasons why I died that I missed, or you have experiences you'd like to share, positive or negative about the game, let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching.
I don't know what you're hiding behind. Here we stand on opposing sides. Let's go to war. Let's go to war!
be back. I'll be back. All right, I'll be back real quick. Oh man, what am I gonna do now? I want to watch this.
Well, here we are. I'm making another video that I don't want to, but I find a reason to. As it seems the situation with the Korean game consumer society has sprung up again, and I've seen people treating them like a paragon of virtues and morals.
Oh, yeah. Ermitania.
Meanwhile, I believe they're an organization that actively goes against the morals of what they present. They have used bribes for protesters, actively downplayed the heinous acts of misogyny in Korea, have members which have supported harassment, and has a founder that, from what I've seen, is just driven by hate. And that does not even cover everything this organization has done. So that's what this video will be about, discussing how morally bankrupt the Project Moon User Association, now known as the Korean Game Consumer Society, is. But before doing a deep dive into them, allow me to give a summary on what the Korean Game Consumer Society is and how they came to be. Now, this summary will serve more as a version 2.0 of what I discussed.
Hold up. It's two freaking AM. Anodyne. I had like 10 of these. Wait, what? Minus attack. Fuck that, dude. God damn. $27,000. I'm at top right now. I got 21,000 Goblin Archer. I didn't even get a single card for Kukri. Kukri. What's the, is it, I think it's Dragon Tail. What should I do now? Fuck. I want to get so much cards, but I can't. Why? That's one. What about crit damage? That's brute. Ulahan. There you go. What about demon? Eris Guile. I have this, but I need demon. There you go. Panzer Goblin. So you get Strauf, Bonchu or Strauf, Panzer. What are the other one? Another one. Skill worker, I guess. Yeah. So 1.5 times. $22 million for freaking ancient mimic. That's bullshit. An angel? He's formless. It's small. Ghosts. Valkyrie. Shadow. She doesn't even have a card. Is demon and yeah, it's demon. He got rid of plasmas. Okay, so plasma would be fire. So demon and what? I feel like making a bow for Abyss. Abyss dungeon. Pretty pricey. Yep. On dragon. So demon. feel like I need a just my general weapon for now. Dark dagger. Who is this? I think I've seen this one. Don't mind me. Okay. I wanna build the card. Shit. Wanna build the archer set card. I need farming gears first. That's what I need. Oh, damn. Illidian. Ashes is about formless bullshit, I believe. Yeah, it's all formless bullshit. I'll be back real quick.
addressed in the State of the Internet video, as after that more people reached out to me and gave me stuff that better explained the situation. So with that being said, in case you know nothing about Project Moon, then a brief heads up is they've made these 3 games, the most recent one being Limbus Company, a live service game. Now the context for this time is that Limbus had a lot of issues in it, such as bugs and game balance. Now this caused a lot of unrest for some players of the game, namely the Korean side of the player base. So at this point, a lot of people wanted Project Moon to address the problems the game was having, but after they addressed only 2 of the many issues people were having, they dropped a PV for their upcoming summer event. Right in it, 2 identities, basically gear for characters, were these. On the left you have Sinclair, a dude wearing a swimsuit with a choker, and on the right you have Ishmael, a woman wearing a wetsuit, meant for diving. Now the thing is, Limbus Company is a gacha game, so that being the case, one would expect a ton of fan service to take center stage for a summer event. However, what you see here is a woman fully clothed and the dude being the only one giving out any fan service. Now due to this lack of fan service in regards to Ishmael not wearing a swimsuit, a tiny amount of people, believe me, legitimately a small amount, started to joke that Project Moon is a Magalia game. More on just what that means later. In it you have the male, Sinclair, wearing a choker and in a swimsuit, whilst the female Ishmael is in a wetsuit, so you can't see any of her skin. Therefore, Limbus Company is a Magalia game that portrays men as slaves and women in a light where we are not allowed to see any skin. The game is anti-fan service and therefore a Magalia game. That was a joke which a small amount of people were making, but some were legitimately mad at the lack of swimsuits, not even related to any Magalia connections. But long-term players were not on board for the outrage at the lack of swimsuits, as Project Moon has basically never done fan service. Well, more specifically fan service in a goon or coom or whatever the fuck ooer type of way, which meant that if people made those jokes seriously or were legitimately outraged, they were more than likely not long-term fans of Project Moon. As if anything, long-term fans were surprised to see this white sheet of paper reflecting back at them. But the thing is, if this happened during any normal time, nothing really would have come from it. And that's where the context plays a part. Since players were already so mad at the game, this otherwise forgettable point was being brought up as a negative because, well, people were just saying anything negative about the game. Now that's not to say anyone stating the problems of the game were mad about the lack of swimsuits, as again, long-term fans didn't expect that. It was more so that a forum, in this case DC Inside, was a melting pot of anger to where all discussion was just bashing the game. And amongst this bashing, a small number of people were mad because the waifu wasn't wearing the hot swimsuit. And because a fire was already happening, one dogshit person made a post on the forum, where they looked through Valmori's Twitter and tried to link her to Magalia, but the thing is, this person was already known as a troll and someone who just hated Valmori and tried to smear her prior, so people just ignored them and their post was later deleted. However, this caused a spark for others to dig deeper into her Twitter, checking so many of her posts and reposts to see if she was linked to Magalia. And after scanning it, going years back, they found a handful of retweets, some of which were retweeted from Magalia accounts. They also found one like and saw that they were tagged in a post related to a very prominent protest of which Magalia had a part in. And there was also some deleted tweets of hers which raised suspicions of being connected to Magalia. Now later, I'm going to explain the content of these messages and why I believe the resulting harassment from them was so stupid. But because of this supposed relation, one CG she drew was put under scrutiny, which was this one, where you can see Yi Song holding a bottle. However, the way he is holding the bottle looks like the Magalia symbol. Now the hand gesture is an insult towards Korean men, the insult being, you have a small dick. And Magalia is known as an online community and social movement of feminists, who have this symbol representing them. And it is known to be misandrist, as in, imagine how bad the misogyny in Korea is, then take that and aim it towards men. That is what Magalia is known to be. Now this is done as the members would like to show men just how bad women have it in Korea, therefore they go against men heavily. And in terms of the morality behind a goal like that, inflicting suffering onto a group which has done it to you in abundance, I'm not here to take a side on that question. I just want to point out the connotations behind being listed as someone who supports that group. Now to many, showing the symbol means you align with the group and are also insulting Korean men. So people looked at the story art and saw the incredibly damn normal way of holding the bottle, and that made people suspicious that the story artist was a part of Magalia, with the dug up tweets being more basis for that claim. But in response to believing she aligned with Magalia, Valmori received so much harassment. Death threats were posted about her, sexual harassment, insults. It was terrible. And due to this controversy, the situation started gaining more notoriety. And it was at this time where a group of Project Moon fans went to Project Moon's office. Now, part of this reason was to get an answer to the changes of the game, like the nerf to a character's ego and why one character kept gaining more identities than others. Reason we know this is because we have the full-blown transcript of the interview, and swimsuits were brought up to ask if Project Moon was representing a certain ideology with them, to To which the employer responded how the identities are tools to further world building. In other words, they don't fit a certain ideology. And that was the main question they wanted answered in going to Project Moon's office. They want to know if Limbus, or Project Moon as a company, is supporting Megalia. This question being born as, at the time, Project Moon had not talked about the questions of Velmori being related to Megalia. Now the reason this is important is because it goes into more of the cultural aspect. But here's what I've heard from a Korean talking about this. In Korea, when a game is listed as Megalia, it is considered to be in support of those ideologies, which then pushes away more regular players, as Megalia is known to be very extreme within how they hate men. Now because of this label, there have been times where people have stopped associating with a game due to this fact. An example is Final Fantasy XIV, where a conflict arose between some players who aligned with Megalia and some who were neutral. So the conflict heated up, and because a game master handled the situation in a poor way, Final Fantasy XIV was listed as a Megalia game, and due to that, some controversy arose, where players have voiced dissatisfaction after hearing that it is in support of Megalia, and due to this, some suggested swapping servers from the Korean one. Now this problem grew so big to where Yoshi P, basically the creator of Final Fantasy XIV, had to do an interview stating the shortcomings of the game master in that situation and that Final Fantasy XIV does not align with any particular ideologies, which is an example of how volatile the situation in Korea is. So that is why players were concerned. They did not want the game they love to be listed as one that hates men and supports Megalia. And I want to make the distinction that, from what we know of this group that went to Project Moon's office, they were not attacking Project Moon or the employees of it. After all, the building in which Project Moon's office is in has a security guard, and they let those people into the office to ask questions. And when they were asked to leave, they did, which is an important distinction as people tried to paint this group who went in as those looking to attack Project Moon, but end of the day, it was just fans concerned with the state of the game and if Project Moon has started to align with Megalia. Again, I personally think this is all too much, but that's just how it is in Korea, which is a country that is, without mincing words, currently in a gender war, which meant that many eyes.
Hold up.
Eyes were on Project Moon and what their response would be after it came to light that they hired someone related to Megalia. Would they fire the illustrator and be known as a company that firmly stands against Megalia, or would they keep her there and be known as a company which has an employee who supports Megalia and hates men? Basically, regardless of what they did, so many people were gonna hate them. The easiest example I can pull to show the gravity of this situation is, imagine an American company, let's say Blizzard, publicly supported one political party and shunned the other. Now this is not to say that the two situations are equal within all regards, but it is to say that the level of controversy can be considered equal and convey the importance behind basically any stance Project Moon took. Because of this, they sent out a very vague tweet, saying that moving forward, Velmori's art will no longer be used in later story chapters, the upcoming event aside as that was soon to be released. And due to the popularity of this controversy, the tweet got about 38 million views, for a studio which had their prior game's all-time player count at 7,000. Showing that from this point on, more people in Korea knew about Project Moon due to this controversy than any game they made. And remember what I said about half of the country hating them? Yeah, that was an understatement because this tweet not only made half of the country hate them, it also made 90% of their global audience hate them. Because the thing about the tweet was that it was only in Korean, so the global players had to rely on third parties to translate. People who didn't speak Korean had to pray that a third party would accurately translate word for word all of the nuance in the original tweet without putting in any of their own thoughts or narratives, and that they would be 1000% true in what they had to say. As you could imagine, it was a disaster, which led to many global players hearing the translation that Velmori was fired from Project Moon because she was a feminist. Now that wording is particular, as when you translate Korean to English, the word Magalia is translated as feminist, as English simply does not have a word for it, which then took away the cultural distinction in the wording. Now this pissed off the global players as it meant that they fired an artist because she was a feminist, and many saw the whole catalyst of this happening was people who were pissy about a female character not wearing a swimsuit. And the big evidence behind her hating men was a character she drew holding a bottle fucking normally and some years old retweets. You could imagine that
No
people
way.
were not happy. Especially as Project Moon's works are known to be pretty feminist in the stories they represent, so it felt like a betrayal to the morals of the stories they've told. Then an article was made which said that Velmori was contacted over the phone by Project Moon and told she was fired. This article said Velmori reached out to them and told them that was how she was fired, and being fired in this way violates the labor laws in Korea, which meant the situation shifted from a Magalia issue to an issue of laws being violated. Then this story hit Korean national news, so at this point, most people in Korea knew Project Moon from the story that was being spread around of the company violated labor laws to fire a feminist employee over the phone because people were mad and no swimsuits. And it is important to note that the news stories in Korea which reported on this did not use the word Magalia, they said feminist.
쉽게 말해서 페미니스트라 노출이 적고 몸매가 육감적인 여성 캐릭터를 만들지 않았다.
Which again, as I've said, swimsuits honestly weren't that big a part of this, but that's what some articles ran with. Now this caused a lot of hate towards Project Moon, understandably so. You shouldn't fire a feminist because of fucking swimsuits. And the global player base had the same outlook as well. Then the situation got a million times worse when the Gyeonggi Youth Union got involved. They alleged that Project Moon broke labor laws with their unjust over-the-phone firing of Velmori. Due to this, they did an investigation of Project Moon, saying that all of this was for the sake of Velmori. They're doing this investigation because of the injustice she faced. Then a new group came into the fold, the Project Moon User Association, who, despite the name, isn't filled up with people who worked with Project Moon. Now I'll be talking about what they did later, but the short part is, they were also against Project Moon for their firing of Velmori, and wanted to see Project Moon do better. Due to everything that was happening, the news coverage of the controversy, the global outrage, the investigation from the Youth Union because of their supposed unjust firing of Velmori, Project Moon came back and said anyone who is slandering the company or Velmori will be sued by them. The global players looked at this and thought it was their way to deflect any criticism of their unjust firing. Sort of like a shield to where if anyone shit-talked Project Moon, they would be sued, as a way to deflect criticism to them. Now, this completely shattered any semblance of a good reputation Project Moon had, and the User Association wanted to deal the killing blow to the company. To do so, they decided to reveal some sensitive documents they had about Velmori. They had them because Project Moon gave those documents to the Youth Union in the investigation so they could clear up the situation and tell the truth about Velmori's supposed firing. And in addition to giving the documents to the Youth Union, they also gave them to the Project Moon User Association. Then after the truth was cleared up behind closed doors, Project Moon made an agreement with Gyeonggi and the User Association to where Project Moon would apologize and those two groups would clear up the results of their investigation. Now the thing is, those private documents revealed the truth which heavily went against the narrative that the two organizations tried to paint Project Moon in, that being that they hate women, hate feminism, and will not hire any feminists. As a result, they fired Velmori because of her ideologies. So in a bid to control the narrative, the Project Moon User Association released those documents so they wouldn't need to admit any wrongdoing. But they were somehow stupid enough to not figure out that the very sensitive documents that, mind you, were being released to the public against Velmori's wishes from a group that was apparently doing all of this for her, yet they made those documents public against her wish to hurt Project Moon, but were too stupid to realize that in the documents it
Hold up. Okay.
It literally said Velmori left of her own volition. She wasn't fired at all. She just didn't want to deal with all the hate that was being thrown at her, so she quit. Let me remind you that the associations went after Project Moon because of their unjust firing. Yet one of those associations, the Project Moon User Association, revealed to the public that she wasn't fired. She quit. Project Moon didn't want to state that publicly, as doing so would have resulted in more harassment being thrown at her. As a misogynist, or people that thought she was a part of Magalia, would think that she didn't suffer enough. So they didn't say they fired her in their tweet, nor did they say that she quit. They just said that her art will not be used in the upcoming story chapters. But due to the vagueness of it and the translations, which weren't the best, people thought she was fired, which was the match causing many of the global players to hate the company and many Korean players to think they've sided with misogynists. That was the match causing all of this shit to happen. The thing that made the company explode was, at its core, misinformation, a twisted truth. Meanwhile, in reality, Velmori quit. Now, to give more background knowledge on just why so many people were mad about Velmori's repost, I will try to present this as neutrally as possible. So again, the importance behind the repost and such wasn't that they were feminists from a Western perspective, i.e. she tweeted something that's, let's say, pro-choice. Her retweets instead made people think she was linked to Magalia, with one of the bigger pieces of evidence being a tweet in regards to this protest which happened in 2018 that is noted as the most organized and large-scale protest held by Korean feminists alone. Bare bones explanation for it, a woman was caught secretly photographing a man when he was nude and she was promptly investigated and arrested, which is normal, you shouldn't do that. However, when men were caught doing the same thing, they were rarely arrested for it. As for this crime between 2012 and 2017, out of nearly 30,000 male suspects investigated by police, less than 3% were arrested for investigation. Which is why the protest wasn't to defend the woman, but it was against the injustice of how men are treated less harshly by the law in this regard. Now, there is more specifics behind it, that the woman was probably more easily convicted as she didn't hide the face of the man and had publicly shamed him on a website. However, the important part is that the protest occurred after Magalia got a really bad reputation in Korea. So being associated with it would cause people to believe you are a part of Magalia due to the social stigma around it. But the sad part is, she never actually reposted anything in support of it. She was just tagged in a post regarding it. Now, the exact specifics behind her, to pull a term I do not even agree with, controversial retweets and likes, is that she clicked a like on a post saying women need self-defense weapons, which, Jesus Christ, you do. If it's legal in your country, get pepper spray. And she also reposted some tweets from Magalia users, thus causing people to believe she aligned with them. But the thing with this, and why I believe using this as a basis to judge her entire character is stupid, is all of this was done when she was a child. She was a minor. So now I pose the question to you. Would it make sense to take the actions of what someone did when they were a kid and hold it against them when they are an adult? Especially when the actions themselves are just a handful of retweets, one like, and being tagged in a tweet. Now, if she had done these same things as an adult, I would understand being taken back by her actions, but it was done years ago, and there has been nothing in recent time, like the past 5 years, to show a correlation to that or that she is proud of these retweets. Like, if she came out today saying, nah, that shit was based, it would be a different story, but she never did that. And there was misinfo going around that these posts were on her private account of her doubling down. But that's not true, this is an entirely different person, with a member of DC Inside having corrected this misinfo to the person who reported it as such. Now, because she never doubled down, using the tweets as a basis to guess the ideology of how she is as an adult is so fucking stupid. Like, how the hell are you gonna start all this and say she's someone who absolutely hates men and is such a piece of shit due to some retweets she did as a kid? Because I'm just gonna say it, most people have done far worse as a child. If that is the full extent of horrid shit she did as a kid, then I'm about ready to view her as a saint, because I've seen far worse than some retweets. To do all of this and say she's at a career point where she can spread her Magalia ideology and in a result ruin games for men, to say that shit over some fucking years old retweets by a kid is up there with some of the stupidest shit I've seen in a while. So that is the recap of everything that has brought us here. An outrage was formed over some retweets being tagged from a post about a protest and a character holding a bottle. which is really sad to say, but it does paint a good picture of just how volatile the gender war in Korea is. However, with me having said the recap, there is one point that people are still caught up on. The point that Velmori quit. Some are still not convinced that she did, saying that it's all a smokescreen made by Project Moon so they were able to get away with firing a feminist. So the best way to show the truth of the matter is to display the evidence both sides have in regards to what happened with Velmori. So, here's the evidence that she quit. Project Moon gave a certification of contents letter to the Youth Union. In case you do not know what that is, here's the explanation. And since the Korean Game Consumer Society made this public against the wishes of Velmori, let's read some of it. You can find the entire thing linked below, as well as most things I bring up in this video. 7:25. A call was held with the worker in advance. In the call, the worker first expressed her resignation that the work was unsustainable and she did not want to work. The call was recorded. In a meeting between Velmori, her lawyer, and Project Moon, without their lawyer as they worried she would have felt threatened by their presence, the meeting accommodated the workers' wishes and needs and reached an amicable agreement. Also, Project Moon is trying best to avoid mentioning the worker and the details of the settlement as much as possible to respect and protect the workers' wishes, which again, is not surprising. Think about it like this. If these fucking lunatics would go so far in harassing Velmori off of years-old retweets, do you think their harassment would have ended if Project Moon came out and said, "Yeah guys, we reached an agreement that left both parties happy," or would they possibly continue their harassment after thinking she didn't suffer enough? Anyway, the letter continues. The worker has specifically requested that the facts and details of the settlement not be disclosed. Which again, shoutouts to the Korean Game Consumer Society for just ignoring Velmori's wishes and constantly asking for the details of it. Later it says, Project Moon terminated the contract of the worker's own free will. Project Moon terminated the contract based on the worker's will, and the agreement was reached with the utmost care and consideration for the worker. And there is no evidence that Project Moon unilaterally terminated the worker unfairly. Also, Project Moon has not responded to the publication saying it was an unfair dismissal since the worker in question wanted the facts and context of the agreement not to be revealed. Now, this was a letter sent by Project Moon to the Youth Union and the Korean Game Consumer Society, which they then made public. So, to look at the response of the Youth Union, in the words of Project Moon, the Youth Union has said that, after reviewing the Certificate of Contents, they have made a wrong judgment. To that, the company has requested the Youth Union publicly clarify and apologize for attempting to draw public opinion without proper verification of the facts. However, they did not make this apology public as it would have hurt the Youth Union's political aims. So, in response to the Youth Union not apologizing publicly, Project Moon kinda pulled a Korean Game Consumer Society and made the Youth Union's apology public. Afterward, we have confirmed in communicating with Project Moon that Project Moon has not participated in wrongful termination against the victim of the ideological verification and cyberbullying damages, and that they have taken appropriate action to protect the worker. Gyeonggi Youth Union apologizes for condemning Project Moon for participating in a wrongful termination, and we withdraw all complaints against its investor. Then, in response to this, a now former member of the Youth Union posted the Youth Union's apology on his personal Twitter account. So, that's the Youth Union, you know, the organization who did the investigation of Project Moon due to them having supposedly fired Velmori over the phone, admitting that Project Moon did not fire her, even going so far as to praise them. Now you may think to yourself, if all of this is the case, then what about the article which said that, in Velmori's own words, she was fired by Project Moon? Well, that article was later edited to say she was only contacted about it. Not fired over the situation, just called about it. So, that evidence is shown to be worthless. Now, in a defamation hearing between Project Moon and the Korean Game Consumer Society, an employee named Hwan Min Kim was asked this: is there any objective evidence or circumstances to support the claim that the plaintiff unfairly dismissed the employee? Kim responds, at that time, many articles about the plaintiff's related unfair dismissal were published, which can be considered objective evidence. So, all of the evidence that the Korean Game Consumer Society
Hold up.
Society had to say that Velmori was fired was the articles, which were later edited to say that she was only contacted over the phone, not fired. Now keep in mind, they were in court for this, and this was all the evidence they had. Which is weird, as in the response to Project Moon's certificate of contents, they said, also, according to information obtained by our association, we find it difficult to conclude that the worker's resignation was voluntary. Which makes me question just how legitimate this statement is, as they didn't bring up any other evidence in court, just saying that the articles were their source of information. And one thing about this case is that people try to ignore him saying the only evidence they had of her supposed firing was the articles by saying, well, it's a defamation case Project Moon filed against them, but they won it, therefore it's a win for the Korean Game Consumer Society and not Project Moon. And like, that's not the point though. See, he was in court for defamation, and to prove why he believed Velmori was fired, he brought up the articles. Now, that's a good defense, as the articles gave everyone a reason to believe she was fired. After all, the article caused the situation to blow up. But just because that's the case, it doesn't dismiss the fact that the only evidence they had was a now edited news article. Hell, even aside from that, they even clarified to Project Moon that they never once used unfair dismissal, only contract termination, which goes to show that these motherfuckers weren't even confident about what they were saying. Now that is all the evidence the Korean Game Consumer Society has to say that Velmori was fired. The article, the one that was later edited to say she was only contacted about it. That's it. The full extent. The Youth Union saw the certificate of contents and apologized to Project Moon, but the Korean Game Consumer Society saw it and said how they never used the term unfair dismissal and wanted more info to be made public, which was directly against Velmori's wishes, from a company that was doing this for her. Now from here, you could already see how fucking stupid it is that this video even needs to be made. But here's the thing. It appears to me that all evidence people have to say that Velmori was fired is simply, anything Project Moon does cannot be trusted. Yep. That's the evidence. They believe Project Moon is a puppeteer for Velmori and is legally gagging her from speaking out against them. More on why this train of thought is stupid later. But it appears to me that people believe Project Moon is a full-blown black company and the Korean Game Consumer Society is righteously standing up against them. So, with that being the train of thought that the Korean Game Consumer Society is amazing and must be trusted with anything they say, despite their words showing a lack of confidence and saying that Velmori was unfairly dismissed, but whatever, and that Project Moon must not be believed in anything they say, let's talk about all the fucked up shit the Korean Game Consumer Society has done, and also, let's dive into the members of it. Now, first question, you're protesting a very serious issue about a woman in Korea being possibly unfairly dismissed. So in this case, what is the moral thing to do? To me, it's to inform people of the actual issue at hand, and if they agree with my cause, then we protest it, making sure everyone there actually knows and cares about the very real issue. Now, with that being the case, would it be fucked up to make a hashtag for a protest and say anyone who uses the hashtag will be entered into a raffle to win a gift card? Because that is precisely what the Korean Game Consumer Society did. They made a raffle for engagement on protesting with this hashtag, and you know what? Nothing says a noble cause more than needing to bribe people to protest with you. And here's the winners of it. Hopefully they actually knew about what they were protesting and not just posting shit to get money. And on the topic of money, Hwan-Min Kim, an employee of the Korean Game Consumer Society, has an interesting philosophy on how to spend your donations. To where after suing and settling in court, he proposes the idea of suing again with the money they make, and repeating this action over and over, cause fuck the victims, I suppose. All that matters is suing what you hate into oblivion. We'll come back to this point later, by the way. Now to discuss Hwan-Min Kim further, let's talk about something he loves, children. Well, more specifically, lolly hentai and some suggestive sexual posts that involve real people dressed in a manner befitting that of a kid. Let's dive into this. So on December 26, 2023, the Youth Union made this statement, where they talked about two members they had. Now member A we'll get into later, though member B left the Youth Union before disciplinary action could be decided on them. What was the reason for that? Well, they did two things. 1. Selling child/youth sexual exploitation material, and 2. Using the name of the Youth Union without the consent of the Youth Union. Now member B is Hwan-Min Kim. Here's his tweet talking about the notice from the Youth Union. And what was the material? Well, here's his alt Twitter account. Reason we know it's his alt is because on this account he pretends to be a young lolly and roleplay on it. Now some of those roleplaying tweets have found their way onto his main account and vice versa. One of the tweets that was meant for his alt was this, saying how he reads lolly manga. Also, on his main account, he has likes consisting of Kid Da Vinci wearing nothing but a small swimsuit, this childlike character on a medicine ball, and further evidence of this being the same account is when the founder of the Korean Game Consumer Society explained in an interview what else the advisor of the Korean Game Consumer Society has liked.
He has pressed like on a Twitter post. What the fuck was that? Promoting a lolly hentai comic. Yes, he did that. That is completely true. And he pressed like on that because he knows the artist personally and he wanted to promote her work.
This is only part of the truth, by the way, as he tried to leave out what else people found, until the interviewer brought up more. This caused the founder to trip over his words and explanation, and doing so he said all this.
He supposedly was selling lolly body pillows. And...
Oh yeah. That is also partly true. He never sold lolly anime body pillows. He drew them.
Yeah, he drew them. Yes.
He didn't draw it. He's not an artist, but he.
Now, I believe he meant to say that the advisor of the Korean Game Consumer Society did not sell lolly body pillows, but instead made them. However, since he is not an artist, that leaves some confusion. Now, the actual truth, which the founder was unable to provide, was that he commissioned the artist for the body pillow. And by the way, here's the body pillow in question. Also, the little bit at the end of the message means, hurry up and place your order, so I suppose he had a glowing review of the commission. Or not, as this tweet says, the price for the Dakimakura this time is 90,000 won. We'll be accepting separate custom printing requests later, but the price will be 100,000 won then. This time, there are no discounts from the manufacturer, and the unit cost has increased. And the other tweet is, hello, the front side of the Miku design is complete. There might still be some minor touch-ups. The back side is being worked on as a R19 design, and the rough sketch is posted above, so please check it out. We're now accepting purchase requests. The price is the same as before. And in case you're wondering how that was translated, we have a team working on this video, and some members of it speak Korean and English, so this was not machine translated. Now, I would like to call back and say this tweet of him saying that he is selling the lolly body pillow coincides with what the youth union alleged against him. Now, the funny part about selling this is, brother, it's heavily illegal in Korea. Generally, porn is, but there have been examples of police raiding a convention because of a blue archive sob emoji content. Now, maybe this wouldn't apply, I don't know, it's not like I want the person to go to jail, I'm just talking about publicly available things. And I won't be linking to the body pillow tweet archive as a later picture in the archive is completely bare. Though the founder did say that Hwang Kim assisted with making a company that does hentai visual novels. And what's interesting about that is one of their games was cancelled because it violated the Child Pornography Act of Korea. Now, the reason it did is because the Korean Supreme Court ruled that lolly hentai is considered child porn. So unfortunately, his business expanses within the hentai games industry was cut short because the fucking Supreme Court. Moving on from that, the founder tries to explain that while the advisor really loves lolly hentai, he is completely asexual. However, the interviewer then brings up how some of his likes covered real people that were dressed in a very sexual manner. Now, the answer the founder gave was he knows all those artists, then correcting himself to say he knows all of those photographers. So keep in mind, this answer was given hastily after the founder tried to leave out what else people found and was said in full confidence when prior he stated that he was unsure if Hwang Kim enjoys lolly hentai or not. Now, to me, it seems like he was caught off guard by the interviewer and blurted out that he knows the IRL photographers. Well, the actual case could be that he just said something in the heat of the moment without knowing the full extent of Hwang Kim's likes. Now, if that is not the case, that means he has personally verified all of the IRL sexualized picture the advisor has liked. So, let's go over those likes. A swimsuit taiga cosplay, this ass shot, a woman wearing underwear in the bath, close-up of a woman wearing underwear, and a woman wearing a high school sailor uniform and bloomers with the camera pointed directly at, you know. Now, to me, this is a lot of sexualized IRL pics for someone to like on their main. Is it possible that he knew the photographer in all of these photos and liked to support them in the algorithm? Yep. Is it also possible that the founder lied or gave a half-truth after being confronted on this fact? Yep. Now, in terms of what I believe is a full case, I don't want to get sued by Mr. Misuse Your Donation Funds over there, so I'm good. Oh, also, some of his other Twitter likes included a lolly phone case, Lilia from Fate in a cat suit, and a woman getting finger wrapped. Yep. You'll love to see that coming from a company fighting against misogyny. And that's the thing with this, if someone likes stuff such as lollies being sexualized, then to me it's weird, but it's not something terribly important. I wouldn't go so far as to call someone a pedophile because of it. I would only reserve that for if it relates to IRL pictures or if the person broke laws due to it. And according to the Korean Supreme Court, yeah, they would classify him as such. Now, this also makes some of the IRL picture likes questionable to me, but hey, I personally wouldn't say it's insane for an individual to like that. Now again, the lolly porn is weird as the Supreme Court has ruled that it constitutes child porn, so why would you make a game about it? Though I suppose he doesn't agree with that law. But here's the thing, when you are a public member for an organization that is meant to fight against misogyny, then why are you liking porn of women being raped and childlike characters sexualized on your main account? To me, that feels off. At the very least, it shows a lack of professionalism for the members of an organization that would require them to be taken seriously. In response to this being made public and him resigning from the youth union before they could punish him like they did member A member of the Korean Game Consumer Society, Lee Jong-chang, had this to say, that what they were doing, of calling out member B for liking lolly, is completely identical to what DC Inside did against Velmori. And honestly, fuck the lolly shit, what the hell is wrong with you? You took a serious situation in which a woman was harassed and sent death threats due to years-old retweets. Now you decided to downplay this issue and equate it to people not wanting to associate with someone who finds hentai of childlike characters hot? Really? Is that how little fucking respect you have for the victim who has been harassed so much? Yeah, just
Today is Saturday. I need something.
Love to see the morals of people who will reduce the importance of what Val Murray went through to defend their boy getting flack for liking children. Man, absolute brilliance on display from the Korean Game Consumer Society. I'm sure in between this and making documents public against Val Murray's wishes, they really care about what happened to her. And by the way, the two situations are not even close to the same thing. It's as I said prior, if Val Murray came out in recent time to say, hey, those retweets were based, I still have that ideology, then it would be a different story entirely. But there was no connection between her and those retweets she did as a kid. Meanwhile, the lollipop shit was being actively defended by Hwan Min Kim. So you can tell his current morals align with what people believe to be controversial. They're not in the same ballpark. So on the topic of Jong Chang-lee, let's talk about him. He was member A that the Youth Union was talking about. What did he do? Well, according to the Youth Union 1, making statements supporting the criminal act of selling child and adolescent sexual exploitation material. 2. Unauthorized leaking and publication of confidential information of the Youth Union. And 3. Threatening a member of the National Assembly. He was going to be suspended for 10 months due to these actions, but he decided to leave and join the Korean Game Consumer Society instead, as I suppose they welcome people such as this with open arms. Now, in case you aren't convinced that member A is Jong Chang-lee, here's his fucking paragraph about his situation and his take on what the Youth Union did to him. But there is a point of clarification to make in regards to the stated threat. Here is the explanation from the founder.
Jo Chun-lee, the member of the Korean Game Consumer Society, is a registered member of the Korean Democratic Party. Collected a number of cosigns, basically, and the cosigns were destroyed, condemning the congressperson's words and actions, and requesting the Democratic Party to put the congressperson to an ethics court. Jo Chun-lee worded that as a said congressperson will be getting a not so welcome package in the mail.
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
Yeah. And then the fucking neckbeards of Archalive and DC Inside decided to mass report that to the police as a bomb threat.
And to me, yeah, that's fair. He didn't do anything wrong. Stupid to have worded it the way he did, but I wouldn't say he meant for a bomb threat to be called in and make its way to national news. Granted, there is more context, as the actual tweet of him clarifying the letter came after his initial vague one, which could be reasonably interpreted as a threat. And during this time, many political attacks were happening, so Korean police were on higher alert than normal, which is also why the cops went after him. However, the reason as to why the charges were dropped is likely that the person he made the threat.
It's crazy. An incomplete history of hentai. The fuck? What else am I? What am I gonna do though? Shit. I got 4 now. Tomorrow I'm gonna do it again. Level 4. It's all I need. I need Gotham. And then put Magnolia in it. And with Archer shit. Or Crossbow. But you know what? I'm gonna end the stream. Yep, I'm done. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Twitch or Kick, follow me. I'm gonna stream tomorrow again. Alright, peace.